my God, my lovely, 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 lovely imps! Jessica Metal, Justin Dweeb, Baphomet, Lil Red, Hissatir, Eevee the Purple, Nizrathi, Rogue Stella, Aska, Annie, Devious Chillster, Eevee the Purple, Luxander, Cheeto, Moss Meow, Possum, Baphomet, Big Orange Jew, Dank Catlord, Twos, Emerald Queen, Vorbuddy, Castrix, Xerox, Kiraz. From the YouTube chat, Ultraviolet, Ink Frog, Silly String, Aqua Fractaline, Fundum Hero, Shayna, Falmer Flamingo, Comrade Cat, Pernicus, Theos, Eddie Spencer, Brennan Label, Shadow Stalker, and Rick Wallace, Chexy, Bell, Rioma, Sofin, Mother of Mudkips, Indicat. Welcome. My lovely, lovely imps. I hope you are doing Ashley Jubilee. Shout out to the fancy name in chat. Look at that. We got another fancy name. Look at how many content creators we have in chat. How wonderful. How fucking wonderful. Everyone, I hope you are doing wonderfully today. If you are here, please like the stream. The more likes we get, the more viewers we get. And we have finally begun our steady climb back upwards. We are gaining subscribers once again. The haters have ditched and the lovers are here. So all of that is good news, but like the stream, we want to get more viewers, want to get my face out there, want to get my voice out there. Yeah? Listen, fucking sick as fuck. All right. It has been a very fun weekend for me. This last weekend, I spent the entire weekend more or less watching movies, watching Game of Thrones, and finishing off the last few bits that I have to finish in Elden Ring before I have unlocked every achievement in the entirety of Elden Ring. Vermin, great to see you! The movies we watched this weekend. We watched Django Unchained. We were going to watch Heat. And then we watched a compilation of a fuckload of Bruce Willis films alongside the Red Letter Media team, which doesn't really count as a movie, but we watched, it was so long and we watched so many clips of it that I feel like it qualifies. And then we watched a fuckload of Game of Thrones, and then we rebuilt the network. It was awesome, okay? It was sick as hell. Yeah, it was really good, okay? They were fucking good. Have I experimented with Frenzied Flame incants? They are amazing. Yes, I have played around a little bit with them. I have been playing a lot of builds. I have not done a devoted Frenzy build, though I want to. And then we're also going to be watching Heat soon, which is a movie by Michael Mann that I really want to see. Let me tell you, though, we watched like 8 episodes of Game of Thrones. Holy fuck. I have so much stuff to talk about when the Game of Thrones thing is done. And guys, I have a really good idea. Silent and I came up with a fucking sick-ass idea, okay? Are you guys ready? Since you are the devoted people who always show up at the first 15 minutes of stream, I'm going to give you a hint, okay? So, once I'm done watching all of Game of Thrones, okay, I am going to be posting both on YouTube and on Twitter a special prompt for all of the imps, and it will result in a stream where the goal will be that I will be reading out the comments that you all leave on my YouTube and Twitter post on the stream and reacting to them and talking about them live. Now, I don't want to tell you the exact thing because I don't want you getting nobody gets any advantages, but I'm just telling you, we've been planning a little prompt, a fun social prompt. So there's going to be a stream that's going to be devoted to, let's just say, maybe a little bit of imp fighting, okay? All right? This is going to be really fun. So I've been thinking about a lot of fun things that I want to do like that over this weekend. And the Game of Thrones idea that, like, Silent and I bounced back and forth. I'm very excited for it, okay? Okay? It's going to be fun. Now, this Wednesday, by the way, you've been watching from the TV and my show feels like an actual program TV show. That's because it kind of is. Dun, 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 dun. Did you know that somebody got mad at me this weekend? Let me tell you. Oh, this is a funny story. This is going to be a little bit of a stun lock, so pardon me. But did you know that somebody this weekend got mad at me enough to tag me to tag me into the conversation that I call my show a show? Like, I'm not kidding you. They're like, I fucking hate it when streamers say my show. Oh! And I'm like, it is a show. It's a fucking show. Was Destiny complaining about it too? Lamau! It's a show. Look, I have a frame and everything. Like, yes, I'm a real person. I have real opinions, but it's still a fucking show. It's so weird. I've said from the very beginning, from the literal very beginning of my show, of my internet show, that I run this like a radio show. And the reason why I run it like a radio show is because I like radio shows. I was inspired at a young age by radio shows. I've listened to radio shows my entire life. And that's why, so it's just, it's like, what? That's a great idea. Enemy of the show. Fucking sick idea. And I do planned segments I do a research paper for, I do a it's not always a good one, but I do a research document for every single stream. Every stream, I have a document with my links. Some are worse than others. Huh? People are, oh, wait, Ashley, they're just jealous. They're jealous. Radio Mama. You know that we used to do that. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember back in the glory days? No, none of you do. Some of you do. A handful of you will remember in the early days of Twitch, when I was only a Twitch streamer and not a YouTube streamer. Now I'm a YouTuber. But when I was a Twitch streamer, when I would do Radio Mama, back in the old days. Incredible. Ashley, unironically, it is a good ritual to get in the hang of. Usually the morning, well, depending on the like gravity of the show and how familiar I am with the topic, either in the days preceding the show or in the morning of, I will just sit down and I will basically type out the stuff that I want to talk about. It takes me like 5-10 minutes usually to put it all in one place. Some of the more complicated research documents are, you know, they take a long time when I'm doing like a major topic that I'm not as familiar with. But it really does feel good. At least for me, like being able to sort of just distill my thoughts for a little bit before stream is super valuable. Oh no, Zamp. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Oh yes, your greatest inspiration, Rush Limbaugh. No, okay. Rush Limbaugh as a person, like as a human being, is not my inspiration. Rush Limbaugh, as far as how he changed the world, absolutely an inspiration. Abso-fucking-lutely. Are you kidding me? You do realize that the world is the way it is right now in a huge part because of Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh was the most listened to like talk radio show in the world. In the entire world. Not just America. Globally. That dude's, like, he instilled hate in the hearts of probably hundreds of millions of people around the world. It's really fucked up. Of course, my approach is very different, but his vision of unapologetically speaking to the world what he believed, his way of refusing to be silenced on anything, even the most heinous shit, is something we can learn from. Even though Rush Limbaugh is a disgusting, monstrous piece of shit who fucking filled my childhood with hate, who filled the world with hate. Anyway. All of this was to laugh about the idea of people being mad that I run a show. Yeah, exactly. He's dead now. Yeah. He's also the poster child of male privilege. Of course he is. But, like, guys, you have to realize, Rush Limbaugh was the way that, like, the current political climate was formed. In the early 90s, in the early 90s into the early 2000s, every single decision maker in America, every single white dude who had any power in America was listening to Rush Limbaugh all day, every day. Same thing as the same way that people listen to streams where they'll listen in the background for 8 hours. They had that, but for fucking Rush Limbaugh. Wow, Gayfesh, I actually believe that. Streams are modern day radio, but way better. Yeah, it's an advancement. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily strictly better, but it is. We can do more things. For example, I can look at you and I can go, hey everybody, can I get a impo love in chat? Can I get some fucking impo loves in chat? Can I get some fucking impo loves for Demon Mama in chat, please? Please, if you love the show, put some fucking impo love in chat. Come on, let's see it. Look at that. No organization, just asking. We got a 19. Okay, 19 is not that impressive. But thank you for the info loves. Deeply appreciate the info loves. Look, see, I can do that. You can't do that on radio, okay? You just can't. but it's okay. Is Rush Limbaugh dead? Yes, Rush Limbaugh is dead. He's very dead. I could have Doe and Fawn stand in the background with headphones and random equipment and call them your producers. I could do that. I could do that. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good idea, Socialist Potato. So, everyone, before we get into the stuff that we're going to talk about today, I wanted to tell a little story. This weekend, I didn't even, Doe talked about this on Twitter, but not, I didn't. So I wanted to tell you all about it. Yesterday, I spent a few hours in the middle of the day with a cute puppy. Yesterday morning when we woke up, Fawn went to take Yoda outside, and there was a young, very, very beautiful coated pit bull with no collar, no nothing, out in the fenced-in little dog walking area near our place. And we were like, oh, what the hell? And we were like, what the hell is this little pit bull doing? And we went out there to, like, Fawn mentioned it, and I'm like, all right, well, let's go out and say hi. And we went out there, and it was so cold, and it had a bowl with some water, but nothing else. And so we were sitting out there with it, and it was so desperate for attention. It was the cutest thing. It had no idea how big it was. Like many pit bulls, it just did not know its own strength. And so it was jumping all over us. But it was nice. It wasn't biting. It wasn't anything like that. Like, it was, it wanted to play a lot, but it was cold. And so we wrapped it up, and we sat with it, and we gave it some food. We brought some of Yoda's food out for it, and we kept giving it water. And we ended up sitting out there with it and playing with it with some rope and stuff, you know, playing tug of war and stuff. You know, we played with it for like two and a half hours. And we talked to the front office of, like, our apartment complex, and they said that they had called animal control because it had been out there for hours. And so we just sat there with it. We were like, well, we could bring it inside, but, like, we don't know anything about it. And also, like, it was very rambunctious, so we were worried if it would, like, chew up our stuff. So instead we just sat outside with it. Eventually animal control showed up and was very nice to it. The guy who was there was really, really nice. He said that he felt really bad because apparently here in Washington, like, all of the humane societies are at, like, above capacity. They can't take any more strays, which I guess makes sense, you know, given that it's COVID, and there's been, like, you know, everything is overwhelmed. So he said that he felt a little bad and he would try to find it a shelter, but he did promise us he would take good care of her and that he wouldn't kill her. So that was good. But we sat with her all day until someone came along to come get her. There is the possibility that she escaped, you know, that she took off her collar and ran away, and that she could belong to somebody. But she was a sweetheart, and it was really nice. It was really nice to sit outside with the dog and feed it some food and get it warm and stuff like that. So it was a very beautiful coat. A young dog, very, very nervous. It was extremely worried. I mean, I get it. Like, it was so nervous about abandonment that if any of us left the little dog park area, it would start whining. If anyone left the dog park area, it would start whining. So I have a feeling that it might have been abandoned, which is really sad. But the good news is it's warm, it's fed, it's not going to be taken care of or anything like that. I hope that the owner finds her, and if not, she's so young, I'm sure she'll have no problem finding a home, because she was so sweet and so cute. They checked for a chip, and she did not have a chip. The animal control guy was like, chips are, nobody actually, like, he was like, the animal control guy was like, the chips are very annoying. He was like, first of all, half of pet owners don't chip their dogs, but the ones who do, they often don't actually put updated information on it. And then he said that also sometimes they call the vet and the vet hasn't kept any of the info on hand. So the chip has info on it, but for the vet, but then the vet doesn't have any ownership info. It's a shame because because those little microchips can be very, very valuable. Yeah. It's unfortunate. But anyway, that's the story of the pit bull we met yesterday, and I spent a good chunk of the day hanging out outside with a little pit bull. Pit bulls are precious babies. It's just how people abuse them that give them a bad rep. Yeah, they're not pit bulls are not bad dogs. Like there's no such thing as like a bad dog. Like dogs are just dogs. They have different needs depending on some things with their breed, but there's also a lot of like bullshit dog race science that goes on. The truth is, yes, there are varieties in the genetics of dogs. There can be pretty drastic varieties, but when it comes to like the personality of dogs, breeds don't have a personality. Like they just don't. I've had a million different dogs over the course of my life. I know, right? Demon Mama's had a lot of pets over the course of her life. Yeah, I have. I've had a lot of dogs over the course of my life, especially when I was younger. And every single dog has its own fucking personality. It's just, you know, people make that shit up. Yeah, of course. Obviously some dogs are like super, like for example, shepherd dogs, Australian shepherds, you know, border collies, stuff like that. Those shepherd dogs, they tend to be very high energy dogs because of their physiology, aka their bodies they have really crazy fast metabolisms and they have muscles that need to be stretched. But that doesn't mean that the dog is going to be aggressive. That doesn't mean that the dog isn't going to be a lazy butt. It just means that they probably have higher exercise needs. Yeah. So yeah. If you raise a pit bull, the only problem you might have is who gets dominion over the couch. Well, that's any large dog. When I was younger, I had a American Bulldog boxer mix. She was the biggest. She was a giant meathead and just had no idea how big she was. She was the most muscular, beefy dog, the meatiest, chunkiest dog. And her name was Coco. She was also incredibly dumb, but we loved her so much. And yes, she would climb on the couch and just flop on you. And she weighed a ton, so it'd be like, oh my God, get off. She literally, at one point, she got so excited to go outside and play that she ran from the upper floor of the house all the way down into the basement through a pane of glass without even noticing it. The glass, she barreled through the glass and it blew up all over the room. I was playing video games and the glass went psh, all over me. I was like, what the hell? And then she went running outside. She got like a tiny little cut, like the tiniest cut you can imagine, and didn't even care. She just wanted to go out and play. The entire thing was because she heard my siblings laughing outside and running around in the yard, and she went bolting down from the upstairs, down to the stairs, through a thing of glass to go out and play. Yeah. She's such a good dog. Anyway, that was my mom's old dog many, many, many years ago. Will I ever do a segment about Bible Man in the future? Oh my fucking God, I would love to. In fact, I think we could probably figure out how to do an on-stream reaction / analysis of Bible Man. I don't know how we would manage that, but it would probably be possible. It would be so funny. Oh my God, it would be so funny. Bible Man is hilarious. Oh my God, I could do a video essay on it. It is so wild. Bible Man, I mentioned this last time. There's an episode of Bible Man about vanity where during the course of it, he fucking blows someone up with a laser. Like, he kills someone with a laser because they were being vain. Like, because they were a vain person. Which is just like, wow, what a wild show. Yes, I love English bulldogs. They're so cute. Oh, there's also, I think there's a Bible Man game. let me see. I swear to God, I remember there being a Bible Man, like, not a RPG. It's like one of those, what the fuck is that game? Hold on. Yes! I remembered it! A Fight for Faith. Is that the one? No, wait, is this the video? Is this the one? I think this is the one. I think it's called A Fight for Faith. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Is this the one I'm thinking of? Maybe it's not actually Bible Man. It's just very similar. Bible Man, A Fight for Faith. Let's see if I can find it. If this is the one I'm thinking of. No, this doesn't look like it. Maybe it was not actually Bible Man. It was just similar. There's a Christian game that involves, like, Captain Bible. Maybe it was something else. Maybe it was like a knockoff. There's somewhere out there, there's like a PC adventure game where you have to explore around as like a Bible paladin character, and you have to like go to the like a capital city. Fuck, I wish I could remember this shit. God damn it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can fucking find what it is. Oh, what is that type of game called? Hold on. What is that fucking game called? Okay, what is the game like, it's like a early PC, like King's Quest. Yeah, not point and click exactly, but similar. Point and click? Okay, maybe it's that one. There's a game that I remember watching about and learning about that was made by a Christian guy, and it's like a sci-fi point-and-click adventure with a character that looks a lot like Bible Man. And I watched a whole video about it like a long time ago, and it was wild, but I don't remember what it was called. Okay, I'm gonna have to go investigate this and figure out what the hell it is. Yeah, like a graphical adventure. Yeah. Like an adventure game. Is it the maybe Innuendo Studios talked about it? Was it Down the Rabbit Hole? Fuck, okay, I'm gonna have to go look into this. I will write down a note for me to go look into this, because I swear to God, if I can find it, we could play it on stream and it would be so funny. It would be so fucking funny. Okay, I gotta put a note for myself. Note, look up Bible PC adventure game. All right. I wish I could remember who it was who did this game. It was fucking wild. Anyway, that's all a distraction. I told you the story about the pit bull, and now I got to tell you what we're doing for the day. Do you want to know what we're doing for the day, everybody? The Bible games. Was it Alum or Drowsy? Oh, Innuendo Studio. Oh. Okay, real quick, though, one more quick distraction. One more very quick distraction about Christian things, okay? There's a really good book out there that's called Bible Games, I think is the name. It's a really simple title. It's called... I have a copy of it here somewhere. I will find this article and I will share it on the Discord. It's a fucking amazing book. And it's a little short documentary book, basically, like a little nonfiction book that talks about Wisdom Tree. I think it was called Wisdom Tree. A Christian gaming company, a Christian pirate gaming company in the United States that not only they engineered a way to circumvent Nintendo's DRM in like the 80s and 90s. It was wild. It's so fucking crazy. And okay, get this. The Christian games were barely even made by Christians. The guy who headed the Christian game company was an atheist, and then he had another Christian on his team, and then he had another guy on his team who was like, kind of Christian. But the thing is, they teamed up with this saleswoman slash, she started as their, like, secretary, basically, and she became their saleswoman, and she found out that there was a massive, because she was a super Christian, and she had friends in the, Christian bookstore industry, and she was the one who was able to make them fuckloads of money selling bootleg Bible games to Christian bookstores all across the United States. Fucking wild. And there's a book about it that is so much fun. I bet I could do like a stream version where I talk about the book and like sort of summarize what happened and tell the story. I read the book when I was in recovery for a surgery a couple of years ago, and it was really good. Yeah, it's called, I swear to God, it was called, it was called Bible Game. I have to find the actual book. I have a copy of it in my fucking, book list. I swear to God it was called that. It's called Bible... No, the game was called Bible Adventures. The book that's about it is about a couple of games. I just wish... I thought it was easy. A couple of years ago, I could search this and you would find it instantly. But now, like, SEO feels like it's totally fucked up. Anyway... Yes, AVGN. Okay, guys, AVGN did a couple of episodes about the Bible games. The Angry Video Game Nerd, you know, James Rolfe. That guy did a whole bunch of episodes. I played all of those games when I was a kid. So that was like a huge nostalgia trip for me when he did that episode because I played all of those fucking games. Oh, this is interesting. Holy shit, this is wild. We need to do... Oh my fucking God, guys. We need to do Christian Gaming Mama. What have I been doing with my life? Why have I not been doing playthroughs of Christian games? Holy shit, we would have so much fun. Okay. All right, we're going to have to do this in the future. Okay, we're going to have to do this. This will have to be something. This is a new arc, okay? The Fundy arc has truly begun. We're going to dive into more Christian stuff. We're going to talk about Christian video games. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, I got to figure out how to do this. Okay, this is such a good idea. Imps, I fucking love you all right? No parasocial, as least parasocial as I can be with that, but hell yeah. Much love to all of you. Okay, I'm going to put this. Oh, adventure games about Jesus. Maybe it was on this one. Okay, I'm going to save this and rewatch and watch this video. And I'll let you know if this is the one. That's so good. Oh my God. So today, we are going to, first off, we got to talk about some trans stuff. Yep. You all know this is something that's going to be talked about on my show frequently. It's the drum that I will always beat. It is the eternal war that I will be engaged in until the day I die. Most likely. Unfortunately. So we're going to do that first. It's heavy. It's going to be difficult, but it is important, and we will not be ending it with doom because, as it turns out, despite the bad news, there is always more good news than bad news in the world. We are going to talk about that, and we are going to get into that and talk about some of the specifics of it. What we're going to talk about, first of all, is what bills are currently in the focus, because there's a lot of anti-trans bills. We're going to have a little section in the beginning where I lay out why this is where I sort of validate the reasons why this is a big concern with some cold, hard statistics. And then afterwards, we're going to talk about why the latest conservative fixation on grooming is nothing new, and also why it is incredibly dangerous, and why any sort of moral panic that takes the shape like this is dangerous, and why we should resist them. Then after that, after we get through all the news, we're going to wind down for the rest of the stream with React with Cooking Mama. One of the things that I feel really bad about is that we do not do enough Cooking Mama. Cooking Mama is possibly one of the most beloved segments that I ever do. Everybody loves Cooking Mama. I love Cooking Mama, and I want to do more Cooking Mama. Because I don't do it enough. And honestly, it's really fun. There is an infinite amount of cooking videos we can find on the internet if we know where to look. Another thing I'm going to be doing is I am going to be making on the Discord, okay, a specific channel just for Cooking Mama submissions. So if you have a video that you think needs to be seen on Cooking Mama, there will be very soon a channel on the Discord just for Cooking Mama submissions. Only videos about cooking, good, bad, mostly. We want to see bad cooking because that's the fun, is looking at the crazy ways people come up with to cook things. It's not exclusively bad cooking, but we tend to watch more bad cooking than good one. Hey, happy to help you, Marnie Laser. Nobody find the way I cooked my eggs? Uh-oh. Seasonal moral panic, I swear it changes every month. No, they put a new coat of paint on it every month. It's the same moral panic. Yeah, we're going to talk about all that. Oh, you fucked up. How do you fuck up eggs in 3 ways? Okay, fried eggs can be hard because of the flip, but that's about it. Very interesting. Anyway, we have a lot of Cooking Mama to do, so we're going to watch some truly atrocious cooking today. We're going to react to it. We're going to laugh and have a good time. Yeah, that should be really, really fun. There was something else I was going to talk about. Oh yeah, tonight I'm going to be ordering my my new microphone. We did set up the new network for those of you who don't know. You didn't miss the chill time yet. We're starting to sort of wrap it up, but you didn't miss it yet. Yeah. We reworked the network, which is awesome. We will now have a much more reliable network with more with better connection, etc. You guys won't notice that at all, but it's something we did. I'll be getting a new microphone, which should greatly improve once again the immediate vocal quality that you hear, and also will not look as beat up as this one, because this one keeps wobbling all over the place because I don't know, there's a lot of reasons for that. And then yeah. And then this month, probably by the end of this month, we will, if all things continue according to plan, we'll be moving into a new place. Hopefully. Well, Cooking Mama is not about to start yet, Anthony. With all due respect, we have to get through the news first. The Cooking Mama is after that. So you'll have to wait just a tiny bit. Unfortunately. Chud Logic's also shopping for a new place. Good. He deserves a new place. Yeah, it's fucking hell to try and find a new place right now. It just really is. But yeah. Yeah, it just sucks. It's terrible. There's like I just read an article about this the other day that was like, "Oh my god, isn't it cool that millennials are shopping and never touring houses before they move into them?" And I'm like, why is that cool? That just indicates that millennials are all having to move across state lines, and they have to do everything on the internet or by phone, and that they're getting ripped off by landlords. Well, as it turns out, in America, you have to move all the time because fucking nobody has a house. They can't make expansions to their house. Nobody has any land. They can't build anything on the land. Everybody rents, and everybody rents at exorbitant costs everywhere in America. Rent is exorbitant in America. It's like a huge problem. The amount of the average American's income that goes towards rent is really fucking high. And it's gotten really bad throughout the pandemic. Hey, Robotic Reborn. Trauma on Lake says, my friend is getting kicked out of their house because they didn't make a binding legal document with their landlord, and they trusted the landlord, but they're getting fucked over. That happens all the time. It's really rough. And it is hard to deal with. Sometimes you can find, okay, here's my advice. If you are, and listen, this is not legal advice. This is just my own personal opinion. No legal advice here whatsoever. If you are in a position where you do not have very much money and you are dealing with a legal problem, try contacting your state university. Almost every state has a state university with a law department. And many of those law departments offer legal clinics where you can go and basically sit down with student lawyers who are overseen by, professor lawyers, and you can get some actual legal advice. Keep that in mind. If you are poor, go call your state university, and there is a very good chance you will be able to find legal aid for cheap. This isn't advice on legal, yes, exactly. This isn't legal advice. It's advice on how to actually get legal advice in a country that hates poor people. And yes, America fucking hates poor people. And if you don't see that, I don't know what to tell you. By the way, we're about to start the proper content for the day. So, if you are here and you have not pressed the like button on my stream, please, you can fuel the fires of hell just by clicking the screen and pressing that like button. And also, if you want to add a little more fuel onto the fires, you can press the subscribe and ring the bell, which would be really cool. Super, super cool. Okay? Yeah? Super cool. So yeah, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. We'd love to see you around. We love our imps here. Welcome to all the new viewers. Happy to have you. And we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Oh, boy. I clicked the screen, but it only paused the video. Okay, you have to actually click the title. You people know how to put a like on a video. Come on. Come on. This show is 100% viewer supported. That's right. This show is made possible thanks to viewers like you. That is the only way that my show is made. I don't have any corporate sponsors. I don't have any sponsors besides myself and my loved ones at all. You all make it possible. So thank you very much. Yes, that is also true as well. Critical Prole. You are watching a live. Yes. We're doing a live. The 3 months rent thing feels like a huge NIMBY policy that's disguised as protection from renting a place you can't afford. Yes, it literally is 100%. The fact that every place asks for like 3 times, that your income has to be 3 times your month's rent, that is literal bald-faced gentrification. Even though in America, the vast majority of people in America pay their biggest bill towards rent, in America, there's a bunch of fuckers who want you to have 3 times your rent in monthly income. It's fucked up. It's pink redlining. Yes, it is. No doubt. It is not only it is anti-poor, but it is specifically because of the way that poverty works in America, it's anti-queer and it's anti-black. Like, no joke. It really, really is. The fact that they can that landlords can go, we're going to put in a policy that you can't get a house anywhere. We're doing it independently, guys. It's not like there's any conventions that that landlords go to, or that or meetings where large landlord corporations come up with policy ideas that conveniently get shared from corporation to corporation until basically every place in America that isn't a a 500 fucking floor tenement building that infested with rats, well, you have to have 3 times your income to rent that place. Yeah, come on. Fuck landlords. Fuck landlords and fuck commodified housing. It is so disgusting. We're still stunlocked, I know, but yeah, don't forget they often ask for first month's rent, last month's rent, and a security deposit before you move in. So good luck. Yep, that happens. Almost every place that we've looked at has been like that, Vermin. It's so bad. Yep. Yeah, property manager, by the way, is just the new name for a landlord. Usually the property manager is the sort of, okay, you want to understand how it works? Guys, it's literally feudalism, okay? Let me just explain this to you, all right? Can we just do, actually, we're going to have a stun lock. Fuck you all, we're doing a stun lock. I want to draw something for you all real quick, okay? Welcome back, VM Draco. Let's just do this little fucking draw stream, okay? It's fucking feudalism, all right? There we go. All right, everybody. We're going to draw a big line down the middle. All right, here's the big blue line. On this side, we have feudalism. All right, you get some gems. Here we go. Bing. Got a gem. Let's put some blue gems on there. Look at this. You got the king, okay? So, in feudalism, what happens is the king has kids, and those people get big chunks of land. Yeah, here's your big chunks of land that belong to the king. Okay, all of it belongs to the king at the end of the day. Bum bum ba ba ba. And then these guys, you know, these dudes, they give it out to their kids, right? Boop 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 boop. Okay, and then these guys, they give it out to, like, you know, here's their kids, you know, they get little slices of this land. There you go, little slices of the land. And then these people give it out to their friends, their nobles, their knights, their whoever the fuck they want to give it to, you know? We're getting a nice little tree going here, you know? So how we have all these nice little tiny things of land. Here you go. Oh, everybody's got their little property. These are the liege lords, you know? These are the nobles. Now, these nobles, they don't really own much of this land. They've been given it by their supervisor. And the tribute, of course, trickles all the way up, right? And then, on each of these things, if we zoom in real close, you have the common people. Here you go. So we gotta zoom in real close here. And sliced up in here is all the common people. And they have to farm this land because if they don't, well, first of all, if they don't, well, they'll get killed. You know, a knight might come and shake you down or whatever. Who knows? Maybe you won't. Maybe they won't care. People, I mean, it really depends on where you live, right? But, yeah, it looks like a snowflake. Here's the common man, right? But keep in mind that in this little circle, all of these people got to keep doing this because if they don't fucking farm, they don't eat. If they don't fucking farm, they don't have a house to live in. So, yeah, you got to do this or else you're out on it. Now, if any of these people don't want to do any of this, well, it doesn't matter. They've got a huge piece of land they can do whatever the fuck they want with. Now, here's the modern day. In brilliant democratic, what do we want to call it? We want to call this a social democracy? You want to call America a social democracy? Let's pretend, okay? This is in liberal democracy where the ballot box rules all. Yes, we all get to vote. Isn't that excellent? Thank goodness we all get to vote. So the crown has been replaced. Now, it's a little different though. See, because in this situation, we got rid of the crown, everybody, and now we have, you know, big, gigantic corporations. And look at that. The corporations are not really owned by the state anymore, you know. Now, you might note that some of these are literally the same exact people who were the kings before. You might go and take a look at where the royal families ended up going and how many of them actually own corporations and have huge land holdings to this day. Some of them, maybe they might have been kings and queens before, you know, maybe. A few of them might have literally been the exact same people who controlled the society, the monarchic societies. And, you know, because they were so rich, when things went south, they just sort of changed their name and restructured a little bit. But, you know, it's okay. And then inside from these guys, you know, these guys, these big corporations, they buy up all the land and then they give it, and we'll give this a little dot because unlike in medieval society, where if you were a noble or even a peasant, you had land that you could at least stay on. You could grow things on it or build things on it. But here now we have property managers. And a property manager is interesting because property managers, they don't actually own anything. See, property managers are paid a salary. They're basically like a modern day, they're not even like a noble, because like a noble would have been like, here, you have a castle, you have a chunk of land, and as long as you pay your tribute, you know, and as long as you more or less listen to us, you're pretty good. But a lord could say, fuck you, and could have an actual chance. I mean, it happened many times, right? But no, here we have property managers. Property managers do the will of the landlords. And then way down here is a bunch of fucking properties all over the fucking country, more properties than you can ever fucking imagine. Almost every fucking rental property in America, almost every single property you could ever imagine in the entire fucking world is owned by and operated by one of these fucking property management companies, one of these fucking thousands of property management companies that are all tied to the exact same fucking landholders, the exact same real estate giants. And guess what? You, the common person, has to figure the fuck out how to find one of these goddamn places. And guess what? If you don't find one of these places, you're homeless and you need to pay the rent, and they're all rented, and the rent keeps going up. So guess what? Eventually, all of your money that you go from work is going to end up going into your rent, or at least almost all of it, functionally all of it. And when you zoom out, it doesn't really look all that much different, does it? Down in these little bubbles are a fuckload of everyday people who are essentially locked into the places that they live. They're forced to work because if they don't work, if they don't farm the land, they don't have anywhere to go and they'll die. But guess what, guys? You can choose between 3 bubbles this time. You have a choice if you can afford it. If you can afford it, then you can choose between which one of these bubbles you want. Okay? Congratulations. You now know the difference economically between monarchy and modern capitalist liberal democracy. And guess what, everybody? This like king owning all the land was just a social convention. And it's actually arguably worse now. Because previously, if these guys didn't like the king, they could fucking carve up the kingdom into a bunch of different slices and it would be like 3 different countries. But now that's impossible. And the police, the fucking cops, which are not a bunch of random knights with different goals or anything like that. The police, the fucking thin blue liners over here, fucking come in. Here's their thin blue line. How do we do this? There we go. That's their little thin blue line flag. These guys claim to work for this, but they actually only care about the people that they can crack down in here. So we have a centralized, highly militarized force that ensures that you cannot do anything but pay your fucking rent on time. So how far have we come, everybody? Yes! This is the game! You found it! The Posadas John, you found it. The Captain Bible in the Dome of Darkness. That's the game. Thank you. This is the one. You fucking found it. This is the one. We're gonna play. We have to play this on stream. Holy fuck, it would be so funny. Anyway, sorry. That was the Landlord Rage fucking paint stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Did you enjoy the Landlord fucking enjoyed the Landlord rant? Boy Meets Minnie says, I know a few unhoused people who were evicted simply because their rents jumped like 10% and they were evicted despite paying every month on time for years. Yeah, it sucks. They can do that to you in a lot of places. Very few places in America, especially in America, have any sort of tenant protections. They can just say, 6 months from now, we are going to charge you 10% more, regardless of whether your landlord or whether your boss is paying you more, regardless of whether that's feasible for you, regardless of how long you've lived there, because you are nothing to them. I want you all to understand that, okay? You all listening to me, imps and non-imps who are in the audience, people who are yet to become my fans, you are nothing to them. You are a number on a page. And when push comes to shove, even the nicest landlord will always obey the call of the economy. So get that idea into your head. Realize that landlords will never be your friend and that you should treat them always as people who are going to be exploiting you to the greatest degree possible, because they will. Even the nicest landlord around. I sold my house earlier this year. My main objective was to not sell it to a rental company because fuck landlords. Good luck. That's who's buying up all the houses now. All of the land that's getting sold is being bought up by real estate developers who are turning it into rental properties. We actually, there was an article going around. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this guy. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. Hold on. I think it's right here. Let me see if I can find the article that I was thinking of. There was an article recently. Yeah, here we go. Let's just read this real quick. Since we're on the anti-landlord stunlock, and I love talking about that, here we go. 60 Minutes had a conversation with this fucker. Let's listen in for a second here.
Of Tricon Residential, a Toronto-based company that has quietly become one of the largest owners of single-family homes in the United States.
So today, we own about 30,000 single-family rental homes across the U.S.
This man owns 30,000 homes. 30,000.
Us, largely in the Sun Belt, and we've got probably about 75,000 people living in our homes.
You are a multi-billion-dollar company. You're publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange.
Correct.
And the
Toronto Stock Exchange.
Toronto Stock Exchange. I even read in one of your own documents that your revenue went up last year by 67%. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're expanding. I mean, when you think about it, we have an incredible amount of demand for what we do. So, Leslie, in any given week, we might have 200 or 300 homes available.
For renting?
For renting. And we get about 10,000 leasing inquiries a week.
People like this guy are so far away from ever even having a financial worry in their entire life. He could stop right now and he would die before he ever even had to think about money again to get everything he wanted and more. But they keep going. They keep going. They keep taking. They keep eating. And while you, maybe, there's probably a couple of you in my audience who are like, you know, doing all right. You know, I'm doing okay. I make my rent. I don't have loads of leftover money, but I make my rent and I'm doing all right. Yep. And, but those of you, even those of you who are doing well, every month you cash out your fucking paycheck and a big chunk of it goes to a dude like this. A guy who sits on top of a giant pyramid made out of 30,000 homes that he doesn't have to do fucking anything for. Not meaningfully. A little bit of maintenance here and there for a property that is theirs. And you are a ghost that goes in and out of it. You come in and you generate dollar signs for them. And when you stop generating dollar signs, they evict the ghost. They exorcise the ghost. That's how it goes. Is that real? Is this real? Is this fucking fuck this guy. Oh, I hate this guy.
Rental property, single family homes.
Here we go.
Okay, I own rental property, single family homes, among many other properties that we own. And if I raise my rent to be market rate, that does not make me a bad Christian.
Uh-oh.
I did not displace the person out of that house if they can no longer afford it. The marketplace did. The economy did. The ratio of the income that they earned to their housing expense displaced them. I didn't cause any of that. And so you are not displacing them. You're taking too much credit for what's going on. If they need to move to a cheaper house because they can't afford, they're going to move to a lesser house. Because if they move, they're going to pay market rent. Okay, I own...
This guy, by the way, just so you know who this guy is, Dave Ramsey is one of the most popular financial advice people in the country. He's a Christian financial advice guy. And he talks about how to live godly lives by budgeting and austerity and personal decisions. Yeah, Rudy talks about this stuff a lot. Yep. Yeah, Dave Ramsey's a piece of shit. His books are everywhere. You look it up. If you walk into a Walmart, you'll see his face all over the place. Saber Flote says his advice consists of shaming poor people for their circumstances if they personally decided to be poor. Yep. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Well, sure. We can acknowledge that the market... Okay, but here's the thing. Let's go back to the drawing, shall we? Let's go back to the drawing. Yes, it is true that this system is bad and that all of these individual actors aren't personally responsible for the entirety of the system. However, what keeps the system going? What are the fundamental aspects of the system that keep this being like this? It's not just this one. Isn't calling it neo-feudalism a bit extreme? I mean, under feudalism, the landlord fed you too. Well, no, actually, you fed yourself. Lords did not, like, generally feed the peasants. Keep in mind that, like, the actual economy of medieval times had its own bureaucracy. No, you would feed yourself. You would feed your own family, or you would trade with people in your village, and then there would be taxes, of course. Yeah, you had to grow food. Landlords are kind of fucking landlords. They're literally, guys, I'm sorry. They're literally called landlords. We still to this day call them landlords. We just call them nobles. It's in the name. That's the colloquial, they call themselves this to this day. All I'm saying is, look, you can't just take out the one lord. You have to fundamentally challenge the idea that anybody should be allowed to control everything and control everyone's access. You have to be willing to challenge that. And there are, you know, if you want to look at this like gears in a machine, there are gears that are more important than other gears. There are gears that are more fundamental. And as it turns out, big shot propagandists and landlord enthusiasts like Dave Ramsey, big shot landlords like that guy we just looked at, those people are the biggest, they are the biggest gears in the entire machine, aren't they? Where's my damn thing here? Recently, here we go. Okay. There we go. All right, everybody. Okay, real quick question. Striped Kidder, I have a serious question. Why do conservatives think that things like being poor or being queer of any kind is a choice? These are characteristics that are either immutable or hard to change. In the case of queer folks, that's not something we want to change. For poor people under the current system, it's a Sisyphean task. So why? The real answer is is their ideology. Now, everyone is dipped, and we can't escape the ideology. The goal is not to like to become some sort of like stoic who becomes above ideology, but we can analyze ideologies and how they function. Conservatives, by and large in America and worldwide, buy into this idea that the way that it was before was good. And anytime there is change, they don't want change to happen because they believe the way it was done before is good. And that means that when that they don't see things with regard to immutable characteristics. They don't care. They don't care if it's immutable or not. They care whether or not it aligns with their greater ideology, the idea of the way that it was before these queer people were around, before these poor people were all so uppity and they knew their place. That is the fundamental idea behind conservatism. Keep in mind that conservatism is firmly rooted in the idea that inequality is a not just a fact of existence, but something that should be embraced. That there are humans who are better than and should be placed above other humans. That is sort of a fundamental building block of conservatism. So they don't really care whether or not it's an immutable trait or not. They don't care at all. So they just care about instituting their view of the world, and they will sort of post hoc rationalize all kinds of justifications for doing the things that they want to do. And this is something we're about to talk about in the first proper segment of the day. I guess the first segment of the day was the landlord rant. But now we are going to have our, I guess, second segment of the day, and we're going to talk about the war on trans people in America. Ashley Jubilee says, so many ideologies can be broken down to hierarchy and how they believe people should be placed into those hierarchies. Yes, I mean, that is the fundamental, like, sort of split between right-wing ideologies and left-wing ideologies is the view on hierarchy. Right-wing ideologies genuinely believe that hierarchy is a fundamental part of the world. Fathers should be above their children. Husbands should be above their wives. God should be above anybody. And the priesthood should be above the common people in one way or another. That is fundamental to a lot of the conservative worldview. They believe it's a natural hierarchy. Yeah. Conservatives don't actually believe in anything other than hierarchy. I think that's somewhat accurate. Jatraz from chat says that conservatives don't actually believe in anything other than hierarchy. I mean, at the end of the day, that is true. Many conservatives genuinely believe that might makes right. If you can do it, it is your right to do it, and that the fact that you are strong is all that matters, that nobody can tell you not to do it. I mean, that's the God they worship, right? They worship a God who is all-powerful, all-knowing. His word is immutable law. Of course, that's the worldview that's going to follow from a universe that presupposes an all-powerful deity. Not all conservatives are Christian, but all conservatives tend to have a similar view on hierarchy. This is why you see the same basic premises coming through almost all conservative factions worldwide. What about conservatives that are atheists? Oh, keep in mind that somebody being an atheist doesn't mean anything, okay? It really doesn't mean anything. Being an atheist is nothing. There are plenty of people who see, like, okay, how many people that are atheists do you think got onto the Trump train? They just sort of substituted Trump for God. They don't really, the secular right-winger, quote unquote, is a thing that's on the rise. But these people aren't really secular. They've just sort of re-flavored the same Christian traditionalism, the same ancient imperial worldview that there is a king, there is a God, there is somebody you must obey, and that person is supposed to be above you. They are the strong man who's come to lead you, and you should follow your leader, be honorable, do what your leader says. It doesn't really matter whether the word they use is God or whether they substitute it for a strong man that is the same thing. It's the same fundamental figure. Like God, the masculine, wrathful order bringer, the father figure, all of these things, they're all the same. And you'll notice that the way that a lot of like QAnon super MAGA head people, the people who are obsessed with Trump, the way they talk about Trump is the same way that Christians talk about God. They talk about him as somebody who's bringing order, who's guiding the world back to the way it should be. Oh boy, I've been clipped and shipped. Fathers should be above their children. Husbands should be above their wives. God should be above anybody. And the priesthood should be. There is no God above me. There is no man above me. I am God. The clipping tool is right on. There's a little button that you can do on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube itself, like directly, you can click a little button on the bottom, and it's a little clip. We'll find out, I guess. Well, see, that's the thing, though. Paul Squall, if Poseidon was real, I might do some respectful veneration. Well, that's the thing, right? The idea of like these sort of powerful gods is that they have the power to bring you to heel. You have to submit to them, because if not, they will punish you or destroy you. This is something that's like, really, I've really enjoyed watching back through Game of Thrones and also reading and remembering a lot of the story. Something that's talked about a lot in those books is like they make George R.R. Martin made a very distinct effort to portray the way in which domination functions, the way in which, yes, you will be tortured if you do not obey, in a world where power is given to the head of the family, Tywin Lannister, who believes that you are an obstacle to his family and you will be destroyed. That's just how it goes. And that is those things in those stories are meant to illustrate real relationships of domination in our world. Yeah, the feudal system saying, yeah, imagine this. Think about that. Imagine that you're a peasant in medieval Europe and somebody comes up and tells you, well, at least you're not a slave. And you're like, yeah, at least I'm not a slave. And that's the same thing as people right now who say, at least you're not a peasant. Yep, at least I'm not a peasant. Could be worse. You're right. You're right. You could make it worse for me if you really wanted to. You could fucking murder me. But guess what? That goes both ways, bitch. Peasants did have more time off, obviously, but that's because of a different issue. It's not that like peasants were like more liberated. It was just because the world did not exist in as controllable of a state. The way that the world is right now, it's much easier to control people's behaviors these days than it was in the past. Think about it, right? Think about it like this, okay? In the modern world, like you can even just think about it with regard to like where you can access, right? Like okay, so say you had a horse in the past, right? In the past, you take a horse, you can ride to a whole lot of places. You can even ride off of main roads if you want to. You can cut through shortcuts. There are probably cities on paths that you didn't even know were there. And that's something that you could do, if you had a fucking horse in the past. If you go into the modern day, first of all, nobody fucking has horses. Second of all, we have cars that are confined specifically to pre-specified avenues. You can't. Some people might be able to drive their car around on their small piece of property, but in truth, the cars that you can get without spending a lot of money or doing something very special are cars that are designed to go from preset destination to preset destination. And along that path, you and everyone else on that road is being calculated. You're being counted. There are car counters everywhere. It's monitored. It's controlled. Every aspect of that, of like where you can go is limited and controlled, and how fast you can go, all these things. Some of those are forms of control that we say have positive effects, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the culture around control is a good thing, even if there are some positive, sort of positive outcomes. The roads is just an example. There are, of course, significantly more. So let's talk about another type of control that's present in ours. And in fact, maybe lets the people in charge keep their hands a little cleaner, right? Let's put it this way, okay? Let's just come up with a hypothetical. Let's say you're you live in a rural town, okay? And you run a grocery store, all right? You live in a rural town, you have a good life because you run a grocery store and people depend on you. Well, out of nowhere, Walmart decides to move into town, okay? Walmart sets up, totally undercuts your prices, puts you and all of the other grocers in the area out of business. Your savings start drying up. So you go get a job at the Walmart. Now you're making minimum wage. You can't pay your rent anymore. All of a sudden, you have to start getting rid of all your stuff. All of a sudden, you have to live in a place that's not big enough for your family because you made a family that was big enough to support you before Walmart moved in. And there's not really any options for you. Nobody's going to come help you. You might be saying, well, me and my family of 4 are living in a 2-bedroom place, and it's really difficult right now because me and my wife we have our room, and then our kids have to share their room, and they don't have room to do stuff because our place is small, and we have to pay all of our money in rent every month. And then you go, well, okay, I guess I'm not a serf. I guess I'm not a fucking peasant, but you're continually isolated out of what decisions you can make. You don't have a choice in that matter. You have to go to work, or you and your kids aren't going to have any food. The whole point that I'm trying to say here is that certain aspects of our society are more controlled even than peasants. Our day-to-day lives are monitored significantly more than peasants. Every single day, most people who are here carry with them a phone that not only can track their location, but that also gathers all kinds of data on them and then uses that to influence what things you see, the videos you're recommended, the ads that are sent to you, and then of course there's other systems that plug into this, things like credit, which controls what you can buy. You don't have a good credit score, you don't get to have access to nicer houses. You don't have a good credit score for whatever reason, you don't get to have access to nice cars. So even though you might look at a peasant and go, damn, that peasant is stuck on a farm, You're stuck in a fucking apartment. And the difference is between the peasant is that the peasant can spend all day getting drunk and then plowing the field, and then the weekend they can go out and they can party with the other peasants in town or get up to no good or whatever. And you have to go and check into your job at 3 different Uber subsidiaries with every moment of every day being perpetually monitored by some form of boss or another. So, you know, what I'm saying is, don't let people say, oh, you're not a peasant. Don't let that ever be an argument. It's not an argument. It's an appeal. It is a loose appeal to the imposition of dominance. It's people saying, oh, well, you could be getting your head caved in by a rock right now. And that's not an argument. That's just threatening you. It's an implicit threat that, yeah, if you don't shut the fuck up and stop complaining about the horrible state of affairs that life is in, about how miserable you are in this thing that we call American society, if you don't shut the fuck up about that, then we'll make it worse for you. We'll make it hurt more until you like it. Anyway. It's not just that either. Lady Hopium, you don't just need a good credit score just to find a place to live. You also needed to rent a car, to have a car. You needed to do almost anything. You're locked out from multiple avenues, but no single person, it's not our fault. It's, it's the market. It's just the market, everybody. Anyway, all of this was a giant, we've been on, today is stunlock heaven, isn't it? It's okay. I like stunlocks, I like them. Okay, everybody. It's time to talk about the war on trans people. All right? It really is. Everybody, hello once again. It is Demon Mama here to talk to you about the absolutely atrocious state of affairs in the United States with regards to trans people, trans rights, and trans liberation. We have been, for some time, ramping up to an absolutely unprecedented amount of toxic, negative attention directed towards trans people. And it isn't just negative attention. It's genuinely acts of terror, acts of open harassment, an encouragement, a passive culture that encourages the mistreatment of young trans people and older trans people. It is a what I can only call a upswelling of a war on trans people. And it isn't just trans people either, just so you know. But trans people are the names, is the name that's being named on... Oh, thank you so much. I'll eat this right after this section. Thank you. Love you. Food. That'll have to be probably cut out or something. I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? Point is, things have been getting really bad. And I wanted to take a minute here to just do a little segment on this that serves as more than me keeping my current audience up to date. I want to do a sort of an introduction, okay? And give you a little bit of a reason why I say the things I say. I'm not just saying that trans people are being discriminated against for the fun of it. I'm not just saying it because I want to play victim. I'm not just saying it because I'm a trans person myself and I don't like the idea that people don't like me. I'm not saying it for those reasons. I'm saying it because it's a real problem. Although, me being a trans person does also play into that because I'm firsthand aware of it. Let's talk about what's going on. So, real quick, I grabbed this little article that I thought was super, super informative. This is from a nice mainstream media source, NBC News, you know, not super biased, not super, don't have like a huge agenda or anything like that, just general reporting. And this is from a while ago. So this came out this came out over a month ago, or approximately 1 month ago, okay? Nearly 240 anti-LGBTQ bills have been filed in 2022 so far, most of them targeting trans people. The annual number of LGBTQ bills to have been filed has skyrocketed over the past several years, from 41 in 2018 to 238 in less than 3 months of 2022. So in all of 2018, there were 41 bills that were targeted, that were determined to be targeted at towards LGBTQ people, that were built around restricting their rights, whether it is bathroom bills, whether it was sports bills, any of those. And now in 2022, there have already been 238 bills as of last month, and there have been more, just so you know. Let's read more. State lawmakers have proposed a record 238 bills that would limit the rights of LGBTQ Americans this year, or more than 3 per day, with about half of them targeting transgender people specifically. Nearly 670 anti-LGBTQ bills have been filed since 2018, according to an NBC News analysis of data from the American Civil Liberties Union and LGBTQ advocacy group Freedom for All Americans, with nearly all of the country's 50 state legislatures all having weighed in at least one bill. Throughout that time, the annual number of anti-LGBTQ bills filed has skyrocketed from 41 bills in 2018 to 238 in less than 3 months of 2022. And this year's historic tally quickly follows what some advocates have labeled the worst year in recent memory for LGBTQ state legislative attacks, when 191 bills were proposed last year. The slate of legislation includes measures that would restrict LGBTQ issues in school curriculums, permit religious exemptions to discriminate against LGBTQ people, and limit trans people's ability to play sports, use bathrooms that correspond with their gender, and receive gender-affirming health care. Proponents of these bills say that they're about protecting children, about parental rights, religious freedom, or some combination of those three. Opponents, however, contend that they're discriminatory and are more about scoring political points with conservative voters than protecting any constituents. It's important for people to pause and think about what's happening, especially in the healthcare context, because what we're seeing is that the state should have the authority to declare a population of people so undesirable that their medical care that they need to survive, that their need to survive becomes a crime. Chase Strangio, the deputy director for transgender justice at the ACLU LGBT and HIV project, said, what more terrifying intrusion of the state could there possibly be? As the number of anti-LGBTQ bills hits record highs, research shows that so too has support for LGBTQ rights and policies prohibiting discrimination. There's some bloomer fuel. Nearly 8 in 10 Americans, or 79%, support laws that protect LGBTQ people from discrimination, in housing, jobs, and public accommodations, according to a Public Religion Research Institute survey released on Thursday. That same survey found that nearly 70% of Americans support same-sex marriage, up from 54% in 2014. LGBTQ advocates and political experts say the uptick in state bills is less about public sentiment and more about lobbying on behalf of conservative and religious groups. We'll talk about that. Activists contend that the groups have pushed for the legislation in response to a string of progressive wins. This is the swinging back thing, including 2 landmark Supreme Court rulings, one that legalized same-sex marriage in 2015 and another that won LGBTQ people nationwide protection from workplace discrimination in 2020, and then, of course, the election of President Joe Biden in 2020. They also reason that bills are a part of a wider political strategy to use trans people as a wedge issue to motivate right-wing voters. Now, this article goes on for some time, and talks about a lot of facts. But I think that right now we've already touched on exactly what I was trying to get through. We don't have to read every bit of this entire article to point out exactly what I'm saying. That not only can my case that there is a war against trans people right now be illustrated by just paying attention to the rhetoric on the news, but can also be measured in the sheer amount of bills that are being posed by Republicans against trans people. The uptick is so intense that it's hard for people who aren't trans, who aren't plugged into this news, to really, really understand. Now, one thing I want to touch on real quick is this line here. Is this idea sort of that the Republicans are just using it for electoral purposes. And while there is of course truth to that statement, Ashley brought it up in chat, and so did this article. While there is truth to that statement, I would like to point out that this hasn't changed. This approach was the same when I was a kid. I remember listening to anti-gay rhetoric that was identical to the anti-trans rhetoric of today, identical, about gay people in the 90s when my dad would listen to Rush Limbaugh. There is a deep philosophical hatred towards trans and LGBTQ people, and we can see it happening. We can see it unfolding. We can see what the moral panic, what the culture war around trans people is resulting in. And one of the things I want people to get to really pay attention to, in all of this, is the way that moral panics are wielded to cause this type of thing. Now, this article brings up that that generally, at least according to sort of many polls that we're able to find, and of course there's a lot of questions about how far you can go with the accuracy of certain types of polls, and the information in this article about the polling was not the best. I don't really trust opinion polls for anything other than people's momentary opinions. But thankfully, there are a lot of people in America who are pro-LGBT. There are a lot of people in America. And the flip side of this is that even with all of the people out there supporting LGBT people, this shit is still happening, and it's getting worse. And like, we can go and we can talk about I have a little thing here that was sent to me on Twitter, which is just a little tracker that sort of tracks the different bills that have been going through the United States. So I'm just gonna bring that up real quick. Yeah, you and Aaron. Yep, exactly. It was Ashley and Aaron brought this up. I've seen this before, but I never really thought to use this exact one. A Twitter bot would be amazing. But look, we can just go right here to the anti-trans laws. Let's take a look what we have here. Kansas, SB 160, enacting the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, which requires that let's take a look at it. Let's see what this does in full. Which requires that student athletic teams only include members who are of the same biological sex unless it's previously designated as co-ed. Unfortunately, this passed. Let's take a look at another one. We have another one in Tennessee. This is another trans sports bill. This one's currently in committee. As introduced, prohibits males from participating in public higher education sports that are designed for females. Creates a cause of action for violations that deprive a student of athletic opportunity or that cause indirect harm to a student at the middle school, high school, or post-secondary level. So what this is doing is it makes a special carve-out that allows people to sue a trans person if they feel that trans person has stolen an opportunity from them. That an action or violation that deprives a student of an athletic opportunity. And also notice, a little thing to notice here, in the text of this bill, prohibits males from participating in public higher education sports that are designated for females. Do you notice the obvious thing here? that trans men are going to be the big stumbling block for this bill? They're trying to, Luxander brings up, they're trying to let people sue the shit out of public school systems to indirectly defund them. And also, as we'll continue to talk about, to introduce fear. We're going to talk about that extensively. Let's look at another one here. This one is, what's this state? Let's take a look here. Missouri? Here we go. Wait, it's not Missouri. What the fuck state is this? Mo? What the fuck is M-O? Missouri? Is it Missouri? Was I right? The fuck? Anyway. What? I thought it was Montana at first, but it's actually Missouri. I forgot that M-O is Missouri. All right? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. There's too many M states, okay? An act to amend chapters 163 and 173 by adding 2 new sections relating to participation in athletic competitions. If you look in here, this is specifically trying to prohibit trans people from being able to participate in sports. Another one. We have another one here. Another one here. This is another one. Another one in Missouri. 3 in Missouri right now. The Save Women Sports Act. Here we go. Here's Arkansas. Designate sex for school-sponsored sports. This requires the teams to designate a sex for participation, not gender, not presentation, just sex for kids. Remember, this is for kids. Okay? Louisiana provides for the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. Once again, just another one. Designate sex. Designate use of rooms where students may be in various stages of undress on the basis of biological sex. This is a bathroom bill that was delivered to the governor, just so we know. The Alabama bill was signed and enacted. In Alabama, you are now no longer able, you have to use the bathroom based on your quote-unquote biological sex. And there's something interesting about this, because let's take a second and let's pretend that sort of thing let's pretend that in a world where, yeah, okay, let's let everybody do this. You want to know who's going to get targeted? They're never going to target. There's never going to be a cis person who has to have their genitals checked. There's never going to be a cis person who has to get a fucking genetic test. They're going to do it to trans people. They're going to make trans people have to go and get genetic tests, have their genitalia inspected by adults. How odd. How fucking odd. Okay, that's a good point. There are masculine cis women who will end up getting, yes, cis women will get abused by this. That is true. You're correct about that. I take it back. One group of cis people, which is butch cis women, will be harmed by this. And I want to bring a special attention to this. Public K through 12 schools. So this is specifically fixating from kindergarten. Tennessee's got one. Specifically, look at that. Look at this. Take a look at this. This is absurd. This one hasn't gone in yet. It's just been introduced. This requires the Commissioner of Education to withhold state education finance funds if the LEA, the commissioner or the sports league, it refuses to determine a student's gender for purposes of participation in school sports by the student's sex at time of birth. This is removing funding for sports programs if they don't classify gender as sex at time of birth. This functionally removes the ability for intersex people to interact with school sports and trans people to interact with school sports. Okay? We're not even fucking done. Tennessee, Kentucky. This one is specifically outlawing, banning trans kids. We got Oklahoma has got another one. This one is specifically vital records. Take a look at this one. This one has gone from the House over to the Senate. An act relating to vital statistics, which relate to certificates of birth, limiting sex or gender designation on certificate of birth to male or female, prohibiting any non-binary designations, making language gender neutral, updating statutory languages, and declaring an emergency. This is they are saying that this is an emergency measure. An emergency measure to prevent anybody from ever choosing non-binary designations, forcing the gender binary onto people. Forcing ideology onto other people. Oklahoma has another copy of the Save Women's Sports Act. Arizona has a parental rights bill that has to do with education about LGBTQ issues. Arizona has also introduced a law. Oh, look at this. How interesting. Everybody, this one was passed in Arizona. Arizona's Children Deserve Help Not Harm Act. Biological sex, effective date, gender reassignment surgery. This is all of these things. This is let's take a look at the text of this one, huh? A physician may not provide irreversible gender reassignment surgery to any individual who is under the age of 18. First of all, this barely ever happens in the first place. It's incredibly rare. It's incredibly rare that people under the age of 18 are given gender reassignment surgery. Okay? Here we go. They can, however, give services to an individual born with a medically verifiable disorder of sex development. By the way, you know what this means? This right here means that they can continue mutilating intersex people. That's what this is. B1, services to an individual born with a medically verifiable disorder of sex development, including an individual with external biological characteristics that are irresolvably ambiguous, such as being born with 46 XX chromosomes with virilization or 46 XY chromosomes with undervirilization and having both ovarian and testicular tissue. This is a law that has a carve-out specifically to continue mutilating intersex kids. Once again, another carve-out for that. This writes into law that biological sex refers to male and female and refers to sex chromosomes. Gender means psychological, behavioral, social, and cultural aspects of being male or female. So they categorize gender by binary. Gender transition is defined by this law, and irreversible gender reassignment surgery involves any surgery. Basically any surgery that any trans person would want to get. Yeah, interesting that it doesn't cover circumcision, huh? Let's keep going. Well, we're at the end of this particular roll. Let's look at all of it. Shall we see what the other ones are? Oh my God. Yep. Women's sports. Women's sports, women's sports, women's sports, women's sports, women's sports. So many of these are women's sports. And then, of course, we have things like the Don't Say Gay bill, a bill which aims to make it impossible to teach people about being trans or being gay or being queer or being bi or any of those things in school. This site is better, you think? Okay. Oh, yeah, look at that. This one even has a nice map to look at. Take a look at that. Bills pending, bills signed into law, no bills. So we've got Utah has multiple bills. We got Florida already has 4 bills. Florida has a trans youth ban, a ban against trans healthcare, which thankfully has failed as of right now. And then, of course, what's this one? Is this Don't Say Gay? Strong partisan bill. Requires district school boards to adopt procedures that comport with certain provisions of law for notifying students' parents. Yes, this is Don't Say Gay right here. The Don't Say Gay bill, which allows parents to threaten to sue schools if they teach LGBT stuff in school. Damn, the Republicans even got a trans youth sports ban here on the docket in Washington. That's unfortunate. But look at this map. These bills have got ones going. Some of these are enacted already. Trans youth sports ban enacted. Trans youth healthcare enacted. Damaging birth certificates is being introduced and has not yet been enacted, but let's guess, it probably will. Look at that. Trans youth sports ban enacted. Trans youth sports ban introduced. That one's introduced. Okay, that's good. Alabama passed public facilities restrictions. One of the most aggressive laws in the country. Passed preventing trans youth health care. Okay, I think I've done my my justification of why I call this the war on trans people. You understand? Yes, it is. Yes, that is correct, Judas. Judas says, wait, is the Alabama one an actual enacted changing our bathroom bill? Yes, it is. This is so overwhelmingly bad. How do we even combat this? We will talk about that. But first, we have to illustrate the problem, okay? Now, the Alabama law is one of the worst, okay? The Alabama law is one of the worst that we've ever seen. And you might go, okay, so some of these bills are fixated on preventing trans healthcare to people under 18. Some of these seem to be fixated on athletics. And there is a little bit of confusion among those, isn't it? The answer for that, the reason why none of these make any sense, and they're all about different things, they're all about trans people, but they're all different angles of restricting trans people. It's not based on science. It's not based on any actual event. There's been no event in which a trans person destroyed all competition. Has never even happened. There's no event where trans people have secretly converted an entire sports team of people to transness. That just doesn't happen. This has been not only recognized by every single major sports organization in the world that goes, guys, trans people aren't an issue for us. We already have rules about doping that work for trans people. We don't actually, it's fine. Sports organizations don't care about this. It's conservatives, conservative politicians, conservative voters, churches. They're the ones who care about this. And they don't care about it because of science. They're not doing it to protect the children. In fact, you might notice something that ties all of these bills together. They're all claiming to protect the children while actively pushing the state to persecute children. You notice that, right? That's weird. All of these are sold as protecting the children, but the outcomes of all of the laws target the children. Very odd. Except it's not really that odd. And let's talk about that. I'm going to show you a very silly tweet. And this is going to be a silly tweet that I'm going to use to sort of springboard off into a broader conversation. Let's take a look at this. Ready? Here we go. This is a tweet from Keffels. There's no way in hell he's not being groomed. In this image, it might be a little hard to see on screen, but you know what? I'm gonna try and show it to you here real quick. Okay? In this image, we have a picture of the ever popular video game composer Hideki Naganuma. Hideki Naganuma is a shit poster and also a composer of the music from Jet Set Radio, an incredibly popular game. And this particular individual, Hideki Naganuma, loves to make a shit post about trans people. And part of the reason for that is, okay, well, some people theorize that they might be trans themselves. They're not been open about that. Maybe they're trans, maybe they're not. We're not going to speculate on that. Some people think that. But also because, as it turns out, Jet Set Radio was a game that was really important to a lot of trans people. And a lot of really popular trans composers have been influenced by this guy. And he's been making trans, like, positive jokes on Twitter for a long time. But here's the response that you can see right here. Here is this person whose name is hilariously racist, Tradcath. There's no way in hell he's not being groomed. And this is Hideki Naganuma making jokes. And then Keffels points out, this fucking guy really just said that a 49-year-old music composer from Japan is being groomed by trans people on the internet. So everything about this image is funny, okay? It's just great, okay? It's wonderful. The idea that a composer makes a joke about being trans on the internet, and then a bunch of and by the way, this one's just the funniest one. The fact that it was tweeted by racist Tradcath is the funniest one. I saw myself the most wild shit in response to this. And if you actually, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, groomers or grooming was literally fucking trending on Google or on Twitter recently. It's all over the place. Fucking literally Fox News is running things weekly about trans groomers, sometimes multiple weekly segments talking about groomers. That's their new thing. The new term that they're fixating on is grooming. And it's interesting. Like I said, I'll reiterate one more time. All the laws are about protecting the children, and yet they target children as well. Odd. But this is how it always goes. You see, what conservatives like to do is create moral panics. And there's a reason for this, right? When there is an emergency, when something is imminently dangerous, people have different calculations of what the right path of action is. It's really simple, okay? If you were in a situation where you were in conflict with somebody else, the situation would change drastically if that person was running at you with a knife versus if that person was talking to you calmly from across a table. You see, conservatives utilize the moral panic. They use this idea that something terrible, so atrocious is happening. You can see this all the time. It literally goes back as far as the blood libel. For those of you who aren't familiar with the term blood libel, the blood libel is an anti-Semitic myth that was popular in medieval Europe and carries through in popularity to this day. The idea being that Jewish people, this is according to the conspiracy theory, is that Jewish people, they will kidnap Christian babies to punish them or to use them in rituals. It's called blood libel. And the blood libel is a classic illustration of a moral panic. You claim that children are being attacked by Jewish people or gay people or trans people, whoever you want, substitute it. Children are in danger, and people's reaction, well, people are protective of their children. They're very protective of their children. They're especially protective of their children if it means their children are going to die or their children are going to get sexually abused. And so you claim your opponent is a sexual abuser. And this, when this is repeated enough, and when it is repeated vocally enough, and it is given enough air, it can become a proper moral panic, where people become so disturbed by the propaganda they've been fed that they become violent, that they start making very irrational decisions. Yes, exactly. Posadas John brings up the Klan was famous for pushing a panic that white women were being raped by black men. Yes, that was another popular moral panic, a thing that was not reflected in reality, just like, by the way, the fact that trans women dominating women's sports or destroying women's sports is made up and is not reflected in reality. Just like the idea that children are being given surgeries at a young age, that they're being given hormones by their parents at a young age, also completely made up, does not exist in reality. And likewise, this latest one, this groomer allegation, doesn't exist in reality. And it's very funny because it's so popular, in fact, that literally Laura Ingraham on Fox News freaked out, and like this is just it's off the rails. Laura Ingraham did a nationally broadcasted special accusing a school in fucking New England of grooming children because they held a workshop on queer sexuality. So now we have a national news network, the most watched news network in America, is singling out students and activists, individuals, teachers, random people doing their own life, not doing any crimes, not harming anyone, just doing normal people things. They're getting singled out for harassment and targeting on a national level, and they're being called they're not being called just LGBT people. They're being called groomers. They are accusing innocent LGBTQ people of child abuse just so that they can whip up a moral panic. And you must wonder, why is a moral panic so necessary? Well, see, moral panics make it easy to do horrible things to people. Let me illustrate something, okay? Imagine that you and your neighbor live in a remote area and you've conflicted for a long time, and one day your neighbor sends you a letter, and you open the letter and it says, if you don't fucking leave your house right now, I will kill and skin your children. You might kill that neighbor. You might go out of your way to kill that neighbor before he endangers your children, right? Many people would. I'm sure many people would go and fight that neighbor before you allowed a neighbor to kill and skin your children. What about rape your children? Sorry, I know that's a heavy word. What about raping your children? What do you think that somebody would do to protect their child from rape? I bet they'd be willing to do quite a lot, right? So, for the Republicans, for the conservatives of this country, for the anti-trans people of this country, they accuse us of crimes we did not commit. They accuse an entire group of people, not just of having individuals who did a crime. No, the entire group of people are all groomers. That is the language that's being used. No, it's not just a trans person. It's not that there's a bad trans person. It's not even that there's a small thing. It's no. If you're even teaching about LGBTQ people, you are grooming them. You are abusing the children. You've got your tentacles into them. You're converting them into the gays. Do you see how it works? It all ties right up into a nice, convenient justification for violence. They're coming for your kids. They're everywhere. They have control of the system. They're at every single corner. They're going to turn your kids against you. They're going to hurt your children. They're going to make your children into one of them. It's a social contagion. They don't just teach you LGBT stuff. They're converting you. They're trying to push it down your throat. You've heard this. You all have heard this. You've heard this shit all over the news lately, all over Twitter lately. It's being pushed so hard, and it's nothing new. They did the same thing to gay people. They do the same thing to Jewish people. They did the same thing to black people. They'll do the same thing to anybody else in the future because they need a moral panic. They need a moral panic because their worldview involves you not existing. Their worldview involves trans people not existing. That's the worldview they want. Even the non-Christians, they think being gay has gone too far. They think that if you're a gay that is too gay or too loud, you're upsetting the social order. That's the assimilationist people that we're talking about there. People who say you just need to, you just need to keep it all wrapped up. Keep it in the closet. Keep it in private. Don't fucking shove it down our throats, so to say. Those people, it's the same fucking perspective. It's the same ultimate approach. The idea is to remove queerness from the public eye, to remove it from the history books, to remove queer people from the world. And you can see it in the way that these bills take shape. They make it so that you can't go to the bathroom. Going to the bathroom is one of the most, annoying but also most necessary things that all humans have to do. You might think, oh, a bathroom bill, but going to the bathroom is first of all, going to the bathroom in public can be really stressful in general, just as a passive thing, because crowded bathrooms, a lot of people are nervous about that kind of thing. So it's already a high stress area. But secondly, everybody has to piss. Everybody has to shit. If you make it a rule that a certain group of people can't do that normally, you're making their life notably more difficult. Why do you think that segregationists also had segregated bathrooms, segregated changing rooms, segregated water fountains? Do you think that was based off of science? Do you think it was based off of anything real? No, it's about pushing people into the margins. It's about showing them their place. Trans people, your place is non-existing in these people's minds. It is an eliminationist approach. All of these laws are designed to make life worse, specifically for trans kids. And it gets even worse in places like Alabama, where they're literally interfering with medical science. They are interfering with psychology. They are interfering in order to make it incredibly difficult, if not outright impossible, for trans people to get the healthcare that they need. And trans people are being singled out. But the moral panic never stops at trans people. The illustrative example of this that everybody always goes to is Nazi Germany. But this is hardly the only thing that we've ever seen like this. It's not just Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany wasn't the only place in history that had purges. Nazi Germany wasn't the only place where a minority power was able to seize power using specifically moral panics in order to seize unjustified power and enact great acts of violence before anybody was the wiser. There have been so many examples throughout all of history. Everything from medieval France, the treatment of Jewish people in fucking medieval France, to the treatment of gay people in the entire last 100 years of American and Canadian and United Kingdom history. Do you think gay people were treated well before? Like, a lot of us have forgotten. Most of us, well, I can't say most of us. I myself was born in a period when gay marriage wasn't legal. Gay people, for most of my young life, it was unthinkable. The idea that gay people would ever be able to marry was unthinkable. And they used the same arguments, by the way. They would use the exact same moral panic arguments. Oh, well, if you make it, oh, come on, that's normalizing this. You don't want to encourage it. Same argument, the exact copy-pasted argument. And that's why I'm saying it isn't that they just want to win the election. They have a worldview they want to enact, and their worldview explicitly involves making it harder for trans people to live, making it harder for trans people to find one another, making it harder for other people to support trans people. It is a social, it is an attempt at social exile, an attempt at not just, and of course, in a social world, a social exile of that type leads to material exile. And this is why I talk about this war on trans people, because that's what it is. Trans people didn't do anything. Trans people aren't dangerous. Trans people, well, some of us are. I'm dangerous. I'm the demon trans, you know? That's me. I'm the evil one. You guys can hate me all you want. But the vast majority are fucking nice ass people, okay? I'm evil, but everybody else is great. Okay? And this is a tale as old as time. And I want people to be aware of it. I want people to understand how sinister it is. Because the question that is left unanswered is, to what end? Now, I have an answer to that. Okay? I have an answer to that question, which is full elimination. That's where it's going. The reason why you whip up a moral panic this strong is so that you encourage harassment, so that you encourage terrorist attacks, which we've already seen a lot of. It's so that you encourage the trans people to no longer participate in normal life. They're squished into the margins. They have to exist in the shadows, and therefore they can't talk together. They can't organize. It is an attempt to eliminate a section of the population entirely. It's not even, but that's the thing. People say it's a slow-moving genocide. It's a slow-moving genocide right now, but they're whipping it up. They are currently whipping up the part for the next part of the genocide. How do you think that countries that engage in genocide get to that point? They have to whip up their followers to being scared enough that anything is worth it. Remember the thing that I said? If somebody sends you a letter saying that they're going to kill your kid, you're probably going to fight them. You're probably going to protect your kid. You're probably going to kill them first, or at least try to. This is the same mentality. They whip up this moral panic to justify horrible actions. And remember, the actions are cascading, because the clicking over into the part where it becomes an open violent genocide is always a dangerous step for these types of people. They can't just, they have to make sure that they'll be able to hide it, cover it up. They have to get lots of people involved. Go read stories about how the Holocaust unfolded. It didn't start with concentration camps. It started with laws being changed to squeeze gay, Jewish, trans, black people out of public life, and then it advanced to widespread propaganda decrying these groups of people, talking about the degeneracy of the Jews, the degeneracy of the queers. These things started being published all over the place, which meant that the population was primed to see these people as bad. Then the government needed to go further. They needed to show that they were strong, that they were taking a stand against the menace, right? Because if enough people believe that the queers or the Jews are out to get your kids, well then they're going to pressure their politicians. They're going to go take action. They'll go blow up a school. They'll go blow up a gay bar. Remember that gay bar that got blown up in Brooklyn over just a week ago? Anybody remember that? It's become so fucking common that we don't even remember all of them. The 10 stages of genocide. All right, let's look at this. I don't know what this is, but let's take a look at this. This is from the Montreal Holocaust Museum. Classification. Groups in a position of power will categorize people according to their ethnicity, race, religion, nationality by employing an us versus them mentality. Prevention. Create universalistic institutions that foster social cohesion. I mean, yeah, sure. Here we go. But groups in a position of power, well, we know that's for sure. Not only have LGBT, yep, there you go. Groomers. There you have it. 2. Symbolization. People are identified as Jews, Roma, Tutsis, and made to stand out from others with certain colors or symbolic articles of clothing. Now notice, this can go two ways. This can go two ways. And keep in mind, we already have this. We already have this. And if you don't think that you do, guess what? Check again. Because if you're trans, you have a record of being trans. It has been documented that you are trans. You have had to go through steps that make the government aware that you are trans. Trump knew that. Let's continue. Discrimination. A dominant group uses laws, customs, and political power to deny the rights of the other group. The powerless group may not be granted full civil rights or even citizenship. Huh. There are now multiple states in the U.S. where trans people are uniquely limited from bathrooms, uniquely limited from sports, uniquely cut out of health coverage. Uh-oh. 4. The diminished value of the discriminated group is communicated through propaganda. Parallels are drawn with animals, insects, or diseases. We've seen this all over the place. We've seen this all the fuck over the place. Organization. A state, its army or militia design genocidal killing plans. Notice this right here. A state, its army, or militias design genocidal killing plans. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember the politician who just last week we covered the news of him talking about how trans people should be put on a firing line? You guys remember that? And by the way, if you think, by the way, Ashley Jubilee, you're probably in a better position in Canada, but here in the United States, we have multiple explicitly anti-LGBTQ militias. Do you guys, let me list a few. Oath Keepers, Patriot Prayer, the Proud Boys, what are they called? Fuck, I'm blanking on the other name. 3 Percenters. Thank you. The 3 Percenters. I was blanking on that. That's just 4 popular militias, all of whom were vocally aligned with Donald Trump. All of those espouse genocidal approaches. They go and they fight. They go and they beat queer people. They go and they beat black people. We are literally in that spot. And also, did you remember? Have you forgotten? Now, it wasn't a genocidal killing plan, but do you guys remember when the military banned trans people? Do you think that was done by executive order? Do you think that's going to stay on? Polarization. Propaganda is employed to amplify the differences between groups. Interactions between groups are prohibited and the moderate members of the group in power are killed. Boom, boom. Interesting. Amplify. I wonder, do you think that calling trans people groomers, do you think that specifically using your propaganda network to ruin the lives of people who ran an educational workshop on trans stuff by labeling them as pedophiles, don't you think that meets this? Preparation. The victims are identified, separated, and generally forced to wear symbols. Deportations, isolation, forcible starvation, death lists are drawn up. We have not reached this. Persecution. Victims are identified and isolated based on their ethnic or religious or gender identity. Death lists are drawn up. In state-sponsored genocides, members of the victim groups may be forced to wear identifying symbols. Their property is often expropriated. This is where you and I might differ a little bit, Ashley. I think that the fact that we're right here indicates that we're going to go down through these next steps. I want us to prevent these next steps. I unironically think that, yes, we're not talking about killing right now. We're talking about lone wolf harassment. We're talking about national level propaganda. But what about when the Republicans take power again? What about when Tom Cotton is vying for the fucking presidency? What about when Marjorie Taylor Greene increases gaining popularity and is talking about how we need to kill gay people from the fucking national pulpit? Do you think the violence is going to stay away? I don't think it will. History says it doesn't. Not unless people take active measures against it. Extermination. Massacres begin. Perpetrators see their actions as extermination since they do not consider their victims to be entirely human. Interesting how that works too. Also the reason why I avoid using the term subhuman or any sort of dehumanizing language in any of my arguments, because I think this shit is fucking dangerous. Denial. The perpetrators of the genocide deny having committed their crimes. Victims are often blamed. Evidence is hidden and witnesses are intimidated. In order to prevent genocides from occurring, it is important to first understand how they unfold. Intervening as soon as the earliest signs appear saves lives. Cooperation between parties can be facilitated, joint projects initiated, and pressure for an equal distribution of power can be made. The UN and certain governments and organizations use systems of early warnings. None of that is going to help us, unfortunately. The UN looks at genocides and is able to do nothing about them time and time again. Yeah, exactly. Yes, you're pointing out a good point about how Texas. But Ashley, I want to point out something else that's unique with trans people. You're correct in saying that preventing transition is their like primary goal, or is how they frame it in the law. But that's how they set it up for everything else. See, because by making it hard for you to transition, it makes it easier for them to find you. Trans people who don't have access to the hormones they want, who can't live as their ideal gender, are easier to find. Trans people who are homeless, who can't take care of themselves, are easier to find and easier to prey on. That is the first step. Yeah. And then, of course, after that, I mean, you know that the common people didn't even, like, a lot of common people didn't even know about concentration camps until, like, a long time after they were made? Like, the average people were just like, what the fuck? They've been doing this? I think we need to be aware of this. And also, it's if we want to prevent this type of shit, we have to use new tools. The internet didn't exist before. It is now possible for us to fucking record them and sneak this shit out on the internet no matter what they tell us. And interestingly, we can also transition no matter what they tell us if we're careful and smart. It's probably a bit of both, Rumi Red. DIY, baby. Responsibly research DIY HRT and how it might be able to help you today. Responsibly. Okay? What I'm saying is, the situation is very bad. And if you don't think that things are as bad as they are, like, it doesn't take long for you to come across stories all across the US about transphobic harassment. Not only is it's not just online. It's not just like people on social media getting harassed, although that's a big part. See, one of the downsides I've joked about, or I haven't even joked, I've just sort of stated in the past that for a lot of queer people, social media is both a godsend and our doom. And that's because social media allows us to connect with other people, but unfortunately, it also allows people who hate us to find us very easily, to find us and send shit at us that we don't deserve, to go out of the way to harm us when we're not doing anything wrong. And we've, of course, our community here has seen its fair share of that. Oh, of course, please. Yes, I'm going to be doing a whole, anyway, we'll talk about that later. Yeah, and also, here's another thing too. Hold on, I just lost my train of thought. Yeah. What I was saying was that this sort of shit is on the rise all over the place. It's not just through the internet. It's not just through the current social media. It's not just empty declarations. There is a fuckload of direct harassment going on. You know, I see transphobic messages in graffiti, in signs all over the place. This shit is propagating all over the place. You can't even go to any of the places for information on the web without being bombarded with transphobia in the current era. It's bad. Homophobia and transphobia is all the fuck over the place in our country. Oh, I love ZJ. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. Texas CPS workers investigating trans kids and their families were instructed to only use personal devices and not state email or phone, did not give these cases official names or numbers, and were told these are special assignments that are currently being monitored. Texas order on trans kid is handled differently. This is exactly the shit I'm talking about. This is literally what I'm talking about. This is happening now. This is how it always happens. Guys, you might notice something about the way that I talk about a lot of political issues. And one of the things that is present, I think, that many people recognize about my style and the way that I talk about political issues is that I really, really, really don't just want to become a paragraph in a history book. I really don't want every single person that I know to become a paragraph in a history book. I don't want the world to have to see another Holocaust. I want to stop it. I want to prevent it. I want to fight against it. I want to inspire in my audience the sort of will to fight that will lead to people. I want to know that in the future, if there ever are fucking camps, that it's the imps that are setting them on fire, that it's the imps that are taking fucking bolt cutters and cutting down the fence, or driving down the fence with their car and letting a bunch of people climb in the back as they drive away. That's what I hope for. I know that that's a long shot, but that's why I talk about it the way I do. The reason I talk about things the way I do is because these are imminent threats. We have a lot of people in the world are tired and beaten down. They're exhausted. The state of the world is a constant burden for a lot of people. The world is a tough place, okay? And a lot of people have bought into the propaganda that the world is never going to be a better place, that it is impossible for us to build a better world. But we know that's not true. We know that isn't true. And the reason why we know that isn't true is because we can look at the histories of the people that came before us. We can think about futures that are possible that we could make ourselves. We can look and we can go, oh my God, no, people can survive and have victory over some of the worst situations possible. But we have to be aware of them. We have to be smart about it, and we have to work together. And it is hard. But part of the reason why I devote multiple hours every week to talking about trans issues is so that people can be in the know. Because even if all you are is knowing what's going on, it means you can respond. It means that if something's happening in your area, you can move. You can, I don't mean move like move houses. I mean like you can take actions. You can move around. You can go and connect with people. That's the reason why I talk about it like this. And also, by the way, Lady Hopium, you're correct. Amazing civil rights movements have succeeded in the past. Why not this one? It is succeeding, and we are going to succeed if I have any say in it. And it won't just be for a civil rights movement. I want a liberation movement. I want a movement that pushes our world to permanently abandon the structures that torture us. I want this world to leave those things in the past. I want to cast those tools down, those structures that make us live like this, that make us live in a forever cycle of genocides and purges. Guys, if you zoom out for a second, okay? If you zoom out for just a second, you know that like the 20th century, the 1900s, is like a 50-year cycle of mass genocides and purges all over the world, like fucking all over the place. America did it like 4 times. Fucking the European countries all over the place. It's like the last like fucking 200 years of history has been cycles of strategically architected moral panics and purges that conveniently get rid of inconvenient members of society, quote unquote inconvenient members of society. Inconvenient members of society usually are determined as people who aren't useful to the current power, and the current power, as it turns out, tends to generally be a patriarchal white guy who's a Christian or some other very similar religion, some variation of Christian, some Abrahamic faith. And they decide, well, all of these queer people who don't have babies, all of these queer people who you know, they don't want to just fall into the church structure because the church structure mistreats them horrifically. Well, they want society to change so that they can exist. Well, we don't want to change. We'll just get rid of them. A lot of those marginalized people have been Jewish people. A lot of those marginalized people have been black people. A lot of those marginalized people have been gay people. Do you know how many purges of gay people have happened in the last fucking 200 years of history? Painful Possum says, recently my community had to spontaneously organize a protest a transphobe, homophobe, anti-Semite. The fact that we were able to pull together a full crowd in less than 48 hours was hope-inducing. Imps, if your local community, queer community, can't hear about a problem on Tuesday and organize against it by Thursday, then you either have some organization work you need to do or you seriously need to consider moving. Well, that's also a possibility. I mean, that's also a thing to point at. Yes, there needs to be more action. People need to be more willing. People need to be more willing to pick up their tools. Whatever your tools and skills are, put them to work. I know that out in my audience, there's a million people with a broad variety of tools. This is what I can do. I can give you information. I can point out what the hell's going on, and I can make an argument for the strategy, and you all have to figure out the tools that you can do. Yes, that is also true. Socialist Potato 123 brings up that the way that immigration works in the United States is already actively genocidal. It does not take much for the locking people in concentration camps that we are still doing in the United States right now for that to just suddenly include somebody else. Hello. I haven't eaten a burger yet, but I'm going to. I've only been eating the fries. Bye, Doe. Hi, Yoda. Hi, Yoda. Good girl, Yoda. Go on. Go on. You got to get out there. Come on. You don't want this. Go on. Go on, Yoda. The fries are great. Okay, everybody. So two things. Two little bits before we end this particular segment and we go on to the fun stuff, which is the fun stuff is what we're going to do next. Gonna do Cooking Mama. We're gonna do some React, some stuff like that. It's gonna be very fun. A lot of these bills are being defeated by people working really hard. The ACLU is one of a handful of like sort of firmly liberal organizations that I think do a very good job. The ACLU has a lot of genuinely heroic people fucking doing amazing things. And I say this as not a liberal, as somebody who is not a liberal, definitively not a liberal, but the ACLU does some good work and there are good fucking, what I would consider to be fucking siblings in arms right over there. The Transgender Law Center. But this isn't the only way, okay? Listen, I wanted to give credit where credit is due because these organizations are doing a good job at confronting the legal portion of this. But I want you to note something, which is that the same type of people failed to prevent Adolf Hitler, okay? Their struggle is not the only struggle. We know that when push comes to shove, the law stops mattering. When a strong man is able to whip up enough of a moral panic to engage in physical acts of violence, whether they're distributed or they're centralized, we know they just ignore the law. We know they don't care about the law when push comes to shove. Okay? So we have to be able to look beyond that, and we can't just sit on our laurels. There's a couple of things that I want people to do, okay? The things that I think will genuinely help. First of all, fucking connect with other trans people. For the love of God. Queer people. Fucking allies. LGBTQ people. All of you. Jews. All of you. Fucking connect with each other. Find each other. Search for each other. Listen to one another. And fucking make friends with one another. For the love of God. Part of the reason why I even made my community is just for that purpose. So that queer people, so that marginalized people can just have a place to hang out where they're more likely to meet one another and be able to build connections that will help one another. Okay? It's crazy important. It is the most important thing. Our social bonds are what make society. They're like, our social bonds are what form the very basis for everything else that we talk about. None of it exists without us recognizing that interpersonal bonds are the foundation, the lattice work that holds up everything else. Okay? So please. And the reason why that this is so important is because it means you can help each other. It means you can help each other with your skills. It means you can watch out for each other. It means you can hide each other. It means you can rescue each other. It means you can give each other good lives. And it's hard. I'm not saying you need to go sign up for a queer breakfast today. I'm just saying, as a part of your life, make it your mission to try and connect with queer people, even if you're not queer yourself, even if you're just queer friendly. You'll find yourself some of the most wonderful and beautiful and amazing and creative people among the queer community, whether you're queer or not. Okay? So that's one. Okay? 2, build. Build. Whatever it is, I don't care what it is. Whatever it is that you have, whether you're a writer, whether you're an engineer, whether you're a researcher, a computer programmer, fucking build. Okay? Sit down with your friends, do your project. Do the thing that you want to do. Fight the fight that you want to fight. We have one life to live. Okay? And if we're building shit, it is a lot harder to deprive people who are building things for one another. If we take care of each other, if we build bots that can, like what Ashley was talking about, we build a bot that helps get the information out there. If we build a Discord server that's centered around raising money for GoFundMes, if we build a farmhouse for our family of choice, if we build what am I fucking trying to say? A soup kitchen that's designed to be trans and queer friendly, that can provide a safe night so that a queer person can live another day and not have to sleep on the street. There is a nearly infinite amount of options, but none of it can happen if we're not willing to be the ones who do it. We have to be willing to pick it up and start building. And a lot of us have different ideas, and that's okay. That's fucking okay. It's okay for us to have different ideas of how we accomplish it. Just work on it. As you work on it, you will learn. You might even change. Maybe other people will come to see your way of doing things. Lady Hopium says, I'd love to open a non-denominational queer church. Unironically, power move. Absolutely fucking power move. I cannot say, like, that's such a good idea. A queer church that focuses on community as opposed to dogma, that provides a safe place for religious expression and also queer expression, is so fucking good. But we really have to keep building things for ourselves. We can't wait for other people to do it for us. We have to find ways to help one another. And that's going to become increasingly important. You know what? I think we're going to watch a video. I think we're going to watch a video together, okay? Some of you have already watched this with me a long time ago, but there's a video that's very hope-pilling about this particular situation. And it has nothing, it has nothing and everything to do with queer people, okay? So I have to go to the bathroom real quick, and when I get back, we're going to watch a video about the Golem. Okay? It's a story about Jewish people. It's a story about a Jewish myth. And I think you all are going to have a real good time with it. Okay? It's really good. Jacob Gellar, you got it. We're going to watch it together because this thing talks about how communities can survive atrocious events. And it's an amazing video that will fucking wrench your heart. So it is genuinely one of my favorite video essays of all time. We're going to watch it together, and then afterwards we'll go into the fun time, okay? Real quick. Yeah, some people will remember this, others will not. I love this video. I love it so fucking much. And we'll get there in just a minute. I'm going to put on the bathroom song first because we're end of this segment, okay? We're going to end that segment there. I'm going to put on the bathroom song. I'm going to hit the bathroom. I'll come back. If you are here and you haven't pressed the like button or you're not subscribed or a member of my wonderful Discord, please consider doing that. Also, please consider donating. This show is 100% viewer supported. What you donate to me is how I pay my bills. It's how I pay for lunch. It's all that stuff. So I'll be right back. Burp.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out. Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder...
Oh, it just looped. Damn. I wasn't. I actually had to wait my turn. I had to be patient and wait my turn. Everybody, all right. Oh, by the way, did you all see that Heem, another streamer, was so inspired by our bathroom song that he made his own? We could play that real quick before we do the video. While it's still silly, while the energy, look at this. Look, Heem, shout out to Demon Mama for the inspo. He put together a bathroom song. Here, let's play it.
This is the bathroom song. What? This is the bathroom song. I said, this is the bathroom song. If you're hearing this, that means I'm in the bathroom, son. Now's the time that I make a G's. Well, chat, listen to the bathroom song. Jeez, enjoy the song while I'm gone. As long as I'm gone, the song will run. This is the bathroom song. Even if the samples sound a little wrong. This is the bathroom song. I said, this is the motherfucking bathroom song. Listen to it. The bathroom song. The bathroom song. I know that it's a little wrong, but this is the bathroom song.
Yeah. 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 Bend over and take a shit. Then you take a piss. Bend over, then you take a shit. Yeah.
Look at that. Even includes the hand washing at the end. Even includes the hand washing. Just top notch. If you thought that was cool, here we go, everybody. Here's an opportunity, okay? Go on. There's the link. I put the link in there. You can go ahead and say love from Mama, love from Demon Mama, or whatever. If you want to give some support, I put a like on it. We can show some love. But that was inspired by our bathroom song, which is fucking awesome. Isn't that sick? All right. Now I want to watch a video with you two. With you all, I should say, not you two. I say you two a lot because I'm talking to Doe and Fawn frequently. Passover is coming up, and it's literally a holiday we celebrate to remember that once we were slaves, but now we are free. It's powerful to remember where you came from so you don't let it happen again. I am going to a Passover dinner this year with some friends. Which is cool as hell. So let's watch this video, shall we? This is one of my favorite videos, okay? This is a video that is called The Golem and the Jewish Superhero, okay? It's a relatively short, it's a decent video. It's 35 minutes. Sorry, it's a decently long video. It's a fantastic video. This is one of my favorite video essays of all time, and I want to watch it together, okay? I really, really, really want to watch it together, okay? This is a great way for us to sort of send off the long, sad, infuriating beginning of this stream, and then afterwards we're just going to do fun stuff from there on out. But together, let's watch it now. This is called The Golem and the Jewish Superhero. It is by Jacob Gellar, and this video is amazing. So I hope you will join me and sit down and enjoy this. I promise you will not regret it. It is a beautiful, beautiful video. And without any further wait, let's do it. I'm going to eat my lunch while we start it. Also, the music in here is awesome. Yes, it is, Baphomet.
Okay, hi, hello. I have to get something out of the way right at the top. Not this Golem. This ain't an essay about Smeagol. You can still make your my precious jokes in the comments. They're all very funny and good for engagement, but we're not talking about Middle Earth here. Thank you. Now, the Golem, spelled like that, is, well, it's a Jewish thing. Do you know that? To some of you, that'll be very obvious. To others, it might be the first you're hearing of it. The Golem is a piece of Jewish folklore. In some ways, it is a very specific myth. In others, it's quite loose. And now, in the 21st century, it's kind of everywhere. And all of this, the origin, its interpretations, its modern permutations, ties into what makes it such a fascinating cultural object. But I think we need to make sure we've all got like a base level of knowledge here. The Golem, as with many Jewish stories, is something I heard about as a kid. I probably got pieces of it as a bedtime story at some point, or maybe part of a joke, but I know the first...
This channel is Jacob Gellar. I have, here's a copy of the link so you can go like it and subscribe. Jacob Gellar is a fucking genius. So, yeah.
First complete telling of it I heard was from this book, Daniel Wisniewski's Golem. And yes, this is a kid's book. It has big pictures, but I want to give you the same introduction I had to this myth. And also, I think this book is good as hell. So, take a seat, class. It's story time. Okay, Daniel Wisniewski's Golem, written and illustrated by the man himself. Published in 1996, marked discard. Oops, we will not be doing that. Before we start, one thing I want to point out is that this book uses cut paper illustrations, which is a style I've really never seen used in a book like this, and it makes it just unbelievably striking. It's probably the reason I have such vivid memories after so many years.
It's beautiful.
Don't worry,
The art
make
is
sure
beautiful.
everyone gets a chance to see the pictures. So, we open in Prague in 1580. As we'll get to later, Prague in 1580 is not the first incidence of the idea of a golem, but it is where virtually everyone puts the big golem story. The first line of the book is, "Within the beautiful city of Prague, fierce hatreds
Look
have
at that
raged
art,
for
too.
1,000 years." Prague then was a city with a sizable Jewish population and a Jewish quarter, including, as Wisniewski writes here, a walled ghetto. We're still on the first page when he says one of the most important parts of the story here. The Jews of Prague were bearing the ignorant fury of others. Enemies had accused them of mixing the blood of Christian children with the flour and water of matzah. He calls this the blood lie. It's also frequently referred to as blood libel.
I
It's
told you
basically
all
the
about
myth
this just
that
a bit
Jews
ago.
would kidnap and ritually sacrifice Christian kids. The blood libels were a real thing. They're a historical event. Were they happening in 1580? But I digress. The Jews in the story are straight up not having a good time. On the next page, we meet the major player for the Golem story, Rabbi Lowe. Rabbi Lowe is a real dude who was the chief rabbi of Prague around this time. In the book, he knows that bad vibes are on the horizon for the Jews, and he's not sure what to do about it. Then he falls asleep and has a vision of a divinely written word, Golem. Gimel, Lamed, Mem. He already knows what a golem is because he's a rabbi, and they're supposed to know such things. Golem was a giant of living clay, animated by Kabbalah, mystical teachings of untold power. Kabbalah is Jewish mysticism. You might have heard about celebrities doing Kabbalah stuff. It's got a weird place in the current day. Honestly, it was weird back then too. You just heard me say, man of living clay. Things are a little kooky. Personally, I'd like to think that Madonna started to do Kabbalah specifically because of how into the golem she was, but that's probably optimistic. Anyway, Rabbi Lowe realizes that this drastic step, creating a golem, is necessary. And so he and some helpers go to the banks of a river under the cover of night. They get a bunch of clay.
It gets better
and
in
he
Tension
shapes it
Nasty.
into a
It's
giant
so good.
man-shaped lump.
It's even better.
And then, as you can see from the illustration, stuff gets wild. Rabbi Lowe essentially animates his clay, brings it to life-ish. The story mentioned earlier, this is like a high-level technique. Most people can't bring clay to life, but Rabbi Lowe is a level 100 boss, so he does it without too much trouble. The lightning subsides, and whammo, there's the Golem, complete and perfect, in the words of the book. He's a big old dude. An important part of the story happens here. The thing that actually wakes the Golem is the rabbi carving the word emet in his forehead, Aleph Mem Tav, which means truth. Then, the Golem wakes up. An unusual twist for this story, the one Wisniewski has written, is that the Golem speaks. Almost always it's a mute giant, but in this one he says, "Father, was this wise to do?" Which were incidentally also my first words. The rabbi is like, "We'll find out." And they give him something to wear, and everyone heads back to chill at the synagogue. They get back, and the rabbi is like, "Here's the deal. You're here to protect the Jews. And the ways you're going to do that is to catch the people doing the blood libel." This has always struck me as one of the most unusual parts of the story, because the Golem is basically tasked to be a detective. Like, he's big and usually not written to be a genius, but he's not killing anyone. He's not a violent vigilante. He's actually just really good at solving the blood libels. The rabbi wants him to go and find the actual culprit whenever someone says that Jews have sacrificed someone. And he's good at it. He tracks those murderers down and turns them in to be arrested. I'm just saying, Gumshoe Golem, Private Clay Eye. Free ideas here. So the Golem does detective work, and he also just helps out around the ghetto. I picture him like sweeping and carrying big piles of books and stuff. The Wisniewski story gives him a real childlike innocence. He stops to watch the sunrise, gets distracted by birds, etc. This isn't present in every Golem story, but I really like it. It kind of gives him an Iron Giant vibe. Honestly, the Iron Giant has a real Golem vibe, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. The Golem is so good at his detective work that the enemies of the Jews get enraged, because every day people are learning that Jews actually don't use their blood to make matzah. These are just murders being pinned on an undeserving group of people. And those enemies of the Jews get...
Do you see? This is a fundamental part of this myth, is how societies will use a moral panic to justify violence.
So mad that they riot and start rushing the ghetto. Rabbi Lowe tells the Golem to come help protect the Jews, and another interesting twist Wisniewski throws in here is the Golem seems to be getting taller, getting bigger. The Golem goes to the gates of the ghetto and holds them for as long as he can, but the mob eventually breaks them down using a battering ram. They start rushing into the Jewish quarter, and that's when the Golem really goes sicko mode, starts sweeping aside people, breaks the battering ram in half, really becomes a violent protector rather than the quiet detective he had been before. Rabbi Lowe is distraught. He didn't want this kind of violence. Eventually, the rioters run away, the Golem puts the gate back on its hinges, and they head back to the synagogue. The next day, Rabbi Lowe goes to the emperor. The emperor's like, "Okay, are you gonna kill us all with your giant clay man?" And the rabbi is like, "No, he's just for protection. We just want to be safe." The emperor then says that he'll guarantee the safety of your people. This is actually pretty similar to the Purim story, if anyone's familiar, where a non-Jewish monarch is like, I guess we'll protect you under the rule of law now." Rabbi Lowe says, "Great, I'll deactivate the Golem, but just so you know, if things get bad again, he'll come back and he'll be even stronger." We return to the Jewish quarter, and the Golem actually knows what's about to happen and is pretty distraught about it. He says, "Father, will I remember this?" This is also unusual among versions of the story. The Golem's agency isn't usually so highlighted. Rabbi Lowe says, "No, you will be clay." And then, the piece de resistance, the cherry on top of the whole Golem story, the rabbi reaches out and erases the aleph from the Golem's head, so it doesn't read emet or truth anymore, it reads met, death. At the end of the story, Rabbi Lowe and his helpers place Golem in the attic of the synagogue and cover him in books. Though Golem had not truly been a man, they recited Kaddish, the prayer for the dead. Then they left, locking the door behind them forever. Since then, Golem has slept the dreamless sleep of clay, but many say he could awaken, perhaps when the desperate need for justice is united with holy purpose. Golem will come to life once more. That concludes our story time. Now, I think we have some birthdays today. Ari, Miriam, come and get your Tootsie Pops. Yom Haledet Sameach, Yom Haledet Sameach.
Told you this video was amazing.
Prague in 1580 is the story in which the Golem rises to cultural prominence, but it's not the first incidence of the concept. That would be actually Adam. Like the first guy, Adam. There are lines in the book of Psalms that refer to Adam as an undeveloped substance, kind of like clay. And there's also this notion of the body without a soul. That is, when Adam was just a body created by God, he was without any kind of interiority. He was a golem. This is a really important through line in talking about these myths because it underscores what the golem represents. It is a creation of life, creating a living object in one's own image, which is, what God does. This is a myth that kind of blurs the line between human and divine creation, and I think it's why so many of these stories underscore the golem as being imperfect. You don't want to get too close. By the way, virtually all of this is coming from this book, The Golem Redux by Elizabeth Bear. It's very good, and you should check it out. As time goes on, more scholars write about this topic, and even this is really muddled in terms of how literally any of it was supposed to be taken. The story of religion. For instance, there's this book, the Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Creation, that was maybe written as just a speculative work, but was then referred to as literal instructions on how to make life. One of my favorite aspects of the story is how language ties into the process. We got a little of that with the emet to met, life to death thing of the Wisniewski story, but this is actually even more important in other versions. There's this concept of the true name of God, that it's really powerful and unknowable. But back in the day, some rabbis would know some of it, or all of it, and they would put that name in the golem's mouth, and that's what would bring it to life. When talking about this thing, it's easy to get bogged down in rules. What kind of writing goes on the golem? Who can make it? What does it require? But I think the minutia moves us away from what makes it interesting. Why is this a story that exists and has persisted? Let's get back to Prague. So here's the thing. 1580 may have been the time the story was set, but that's not actually when people started talking about it. Jews in 16th century Prague weren't like, wow, crazy that our rabbi has a clay man walking around, right? It actually wasn't until the 1840s that stories were written linking Rabbi Lowe and the Prague synagogue with the golem, and not until 1909 that the canonical golem story we know today emerged. The book was called The Wondrous Deeds of the Maharal of Prague with the Golem, written by a guy named Udal Rosenberg. That's more than 300 years removed from the time period he was writing about. What was the motivation? Well, here's one. I mentioned during story time that the idea of blood libels happening under Rabbi Lowe's watch during the 1580s was a little shaky. There actually isn't any evidence of those types of crimes during that time span. The 1500s were almost a golden period for Jews in Prague. In the 1300s, there were riots in which the Jewish quarter was burned and looted, and thousands of Jews were killed. Jews were actually made to wear yellow badges. Compared to that, the 1500s were pretty chill. But here's the thing, starting just a couple decades before Rosenberg published his book in 1909, accusations of blood libel started happening again. Huge, well-publicized trials in which state governments prosecuted Jews on basically
huge, highly publicized state events, trials, stories. You know? Yeah. Damn, wouldn't it be weird if, like, the entirety of the American right-wing news fixated and gave a trial by public opinion on a trans athlete who did nothing wrong? Wouldn't it be wild if those exact same organizations do the same thing to Jewish people today? The same thing to queer people today? They're still doing it, and right now they're having a great amount of success propagating these stories and whipping up a moral panic? Gayfish. Maybe you already did. Maybe we already built the trans golem. Anyway, let's continue.
The claims that they used Christian blood in rituals all across Europe. And so you can see why this particular story might resonate. A resurfaced myth made directly relevant to the plight that people were facing at that particular time. For Jews, the idea that we've been through something like this before, we survived, is a pretty dang powerful one. Is it any wonder that the story of a golem, a larger-than-life figure that protected Jews from angry mobs and false accusations, would provide a little comfort? But that's just one version, just Udall writing his little story at the turn of the century. That's just the start of all the places this story would go.
Now prepare to have your mind blown. Okay, the Jewish people in my audience
the
won't.
Golem story really.
Okay, the Jewish people in my audience are not going to have their minds blown, but the non-Jewish people in my audience are going to have their minds blown.
Emerged in full in 1909. It's fairly remarkable how quickly adaptations of it, including adaptations by non-Jews, sprung forth. One of the most prominent of these was a German silent film called Der Golem,
Wie in die Welt kam.
or The Golem, How He Came Into This World. This rather protracted title is because this movie was actually a prequel to a 1915 German silent horror movie just called The Golem. Presumably German audiences
Is his
were
beard
like,
real? Yes.
how did he come into this world? In the same way we're like, why is he named Han Solo? There's even another silent movie in this period called The Golem and the Dancing Girl, which your guess is as good as mine, but both of those were destroyed, and How He Came Into This World was the one we got. So let's talk about it. Der Golem was directed by Paul Wegener and fits squarely into the German expressionist period of silent film, along with other films like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, which came out in the same year. I'll be honest, I don't like this movie. It is tremendously slow and many of the main characters are just kind of grotesque, and I think that's probably the point, but it's just not quite for me. Paul Wegener himself plays the Golem, and certainly forms a striking silhouette, but he's also very much a movie monster, and honestly also way too close to minstrelry for me to feel comfortable. The rabbi in the story basically borrows the power of a demon to bring him to life, and he's just kind of a dumb brute, and at the end he throws a guy off a roof. I don't think the movie is specifically anti-Semitic, but I would also not say it's particularly flattering to Jews, and this was made in Germany in 1920, so that fact is kind of hard to ignore. However, the one place that I can praise this movie without reservation is the set design, done by a German architect named Hans Polzig. It is truly remarkable. A massive and three-dimensional version of the ghetto that's bending in on itself, almost like the Jewish quarter is buckling under the weight of oppression. I mean, look at this thing. Tim Burton, eat your heart out. It is the one part of the movie that gives me the same feeling as my favorite expressionist art. There's so much to like here. The way the fire consumes a room, the lighting in a basement, the truly unbelievable density of the crowd scenes. Polzig's other major architectural contribution was a theater in Berlin called the Großes Schauspielhaus, and I bring this up just to say, look at it. I have genuinely never seen a built space that looks like this. Towards the end of his career, Polzig made plans to flee Germany. The Nazis called his expressionist theater degenerate art, and covered the ceiling. They accused Polzig of cultural Bolshevism. He died in 1936.
Just wanted to sit there for a minute. By the way, that right there is the reason why people have a negative reaction to cultural Marxism as a term. That's literally why people make a big deal, because cultural Marxism is a direct reference to cultural Bolshevism, a term that was used to drive out Jewish sympathizers. Unironically, that's how it goes. And just so you know, that's the same thing that's going to be done to target allies of queer people and Jewish people here in this country.
Where were we? I don't think it's an accident that the visual representations of the Golem are so enduring. The Golem itself is a sculpted object, a man made out of clay, and as such, the story seems to pull incredible visual representations out of people. There are Polzig's sets, Wisniewski's cut paper illustrations, clay models, just like this one. Another version of the story with a beautiful visual language is The Golem by Elie Wiesel, illustrated by Mark Podwall. In Podwall's art, the Hebrew alphabet rises out of the streets and objects of Prague. The resonance with the story is clear. Just as the Golem is animated by the powerful words of Rabbi Lowe, so too does the entire Jewish quarter exist because of the power of language. Judaism is a culture built on study, examination, argument. The Golem may be the most literal manifestation of the power of those words, but Podwall's illustrations imply that everything built is in some way fueled by this same power. Wiesel's story is kind of a meta-meditation itself, told generations removed from the actual events. It begins, I owe this legend to an old beggar named Schmeike. He would tell only one story, always the same story, which he allegedly inherited from his uncle. This uncle had been told the story by his maternal grandfather, Rabbi Issachar, who had attributed it to his master, the famous Rabbi Ephraim. Rabbi Ephraim had heard the tale from a gravedigger, Reuven, son of Yaakov, who claimed to have witnessed the numerous miracles that legend attributes to the Golem. Right off the bat, we're presented with the story as completely distant from its point of origin, passed through the years, as Jewish stories are. The anachronisms like the blood libel make complete sense in Wiesel's telling. Of course, somewhere along the chain, someone would have modified the story to coincide with whatever the Jews were currently up against. It also makes certain lines in this version all the more wrenching. If you know who Wiesel is, you probably have some idea, but we're not quite there yet. Other interpretations of the Golem are quite infatuated with this idea of language. Possibly greatest living sci-fi author Ted Chiang has a short story called 72 Letters that dives into an immensely complex Golem industrial world in which golems are animated to do all sorts of things by different permutations of commands given to them using an almost scientific formula derived from an object's true name. Chiang casually drops lines like, current thinking held that there was a lexical universe as well as a physical one, and bringing an object together with a compatible name caused latent potentialities. And it's all very heady stuff, but ultimately it centers on, again, the power of language.
Oh, I didn't know that, Ashmar. That's cool.
The story ends with the epiphany that language imprints on us as much as on any golem, that it is in fact necessary for our own reproduction. Although scientific when compared to Wiesel's traditional, the theme of words carrying through time remains the same. Finally, honorary king of this channel, Jorge Luis Borges, has a poem called El Golem, in which he too ponders this power. He starts the poem by ruminating on the power of names and humanity's vain quest to understand the power that lies within them. In the poem, Rabbi Lowe, shuffling letters endlessly, stumbles upon the one true name, speaks it, and animates the Golem. But the Golem is imperfect, flawed, tragic, and Lowe is overcome with guilt. Ultimately, Borges draws the final connection between the failure of Lowe and that of God. Also, this poem was originally in Spanish, so this translation, like the Golem, is imperfect. The rabbi observed it with tenderness. And with some horror, how, he asked, could I beget this sorry son and abandon inaction where insanity lies? Why did I add to the infinite series another symbol? Why to the vain skein that winds in the eternal did I give another cause, another effect, and grief? In the hour of anguish and lack of light, his eyes on his golem would rest. Who will tell us the things God felt when looking at his rabbi in Prague? In 1938, two Jewish kids from Cleveland created a nigh invincible protector, quite literally put words in his mouth and sent him out into the world. They called him Kal-El, or Superman. It's pretty clever, huh? It's kind of remarkable how much of superheroes as we know them were created by Jewish artists. Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster create Superman, Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, Bill Finger and Bob Kane, Will Eisner, Gene Colan. Would you like me to keep going? There is the simple statement that these were Jewish American artists creating heroes to beat the shit out of Nazis. Which is true. But I can't ignore the fact that so many characters, especially the incredibly strong, nigh invincible ones, feel so Golem-esque. I mean, Superman exists as a protector. He doesn't have truth written on his forehead, but he might as well. There have been more literal examples. There was a short-lived character called the Golem that was more or less the myth we know, but purple. There are a couple higher brow graphic novels, Cavalier and Clay and The Golem's Mighty Swing, that are very explicitly Jewish and dissecting the Golem's legacy. There's our old friend Ben Grimm, aka The Thing, who's extremely Jewish, like the most Jewish, and buddy, he's a big thing made of rocks that clobbers people. That's the Golem. It kind of
Told you, all of your minds are gonna get blown.
Amazes me just how clear the allegory is. No, these figures are not sculpted from clay, and yes, they can speak and stuff, but you have these strong, benevolent creatures, fictional, but often fighting real oppression, brought to life with art and animated with the power of language. I mean, come on. Also, you know, like this scene in every comic book? Here's a scene from Der Golem in 1920. He's been superheroine for a while. Golems in our current world are everywhere.
Der, den man Bärenjude nennt, soll ein Golem sein. Ich glaub wirklich, dass der
Thank you, worshipper of Olympians.
Golem ist. Doch.
I'm not going to be able to hit everyone, but to name a few. There's an X-Files episode called Kaddish that handles the Golem shockingly well. Although there's a twist that the animated figure is sort of reanimated. He's taken the form of a woman's fiance who was killed.
3 letters. Aleph, Mem, Tuf. Creates the word emet.
It's fashioned from mud and then animated through mystical incantation.
Mud?
The myth is told quite accurately and handled with respect. The Golem goes around and kills a bunch of Nazis, praxis, but ultimately the story is about the lingering trauma of the Holocaust and how that loss can leave a person or even a community feeling like it's lost its soul. It's a really good episode of The X-Files. Also, Scully doesn't even get to provide an alternate explanation in this. You know how in every episode she's like, that wasn't aliens, it was just swamp gas or whatever. She doesn't do that.
Thank you, Mellow
here.
Anarchist. Thank you
I
so
guess
much.
She just believes in golems.
That's based
Frankenstein
Big
is a
Orange
pretty
Shoe.
obvious analog. There's some circumstantial evidence that Mary Shelley came into contact with the golem myth before writing her book, and at one point she refers to the monster being sculpted from lifeless clay. But I would say the closer parallel would be their filmic adaptations. The silhouette of Wegner in Der Golem is immensely Frankenstein-esque, and both have fairly iconic scenes with little girls. And then, moving into the fantasy world, Golem has really just come to mean a robot in a non-sci-fi environment. Final Fantasy is full of golems, Dark Souls, Minecraft, Pokemon has a golem.
Ghastly, horsey.
I don't think that one really counts. In video games, it's hard to escape the enormous shadow
Yeah, Warcraft, every fantasy.
of the Colossus A game that is packed to the brim with creatures made of stone and earth, brought to life through magic, protecting a land from a violent invader. There are also many versions of the Golem story, or golems in other media, that lose control at some point, go kind of wild, and have to be brought down. I have to say, I don't really love this beat. I mean, I get it. A point about the hubris of people to think they could create life like a god. But it really gets away from the story's original themes of protection. The one exception to this is something like the Iron Giant, as I mentioned earlier. The idea of a being capable of great violence, yet choosing to be gentle and a shield instead. That's the good stuff right there. Listen, I'm not saying this was intentional, but if you view the Iron Giant like a Golem story, oh boy, it works. The Golem has been appropriated into basically every corner of culture at this point, and I don't use that word judgmentally. I don't feel that the original story of the Golem is lessened because it's also a Dark Souls boss. There are, I'm sure, other Jews that feel differently. We're not a monolith. In fact, we're probably best at arguing with each other. I've done a lot of talking about a mythical creature in this video. And on one hand, maybe that's enough. It's fun to track influences through history, see the origins of our cultural tropes. But I don't know, I feel like there's more to this story than that. More to my fascination, more to this idea that's permeated through history. I mean, actually, I know what it is. I mentioned Elie Wiesel's version of the Golem story a while ago, one that I like very much. But there's another layer to his telling because Elie Wiesel, you might know, was an immensely talented and prolific Jewish writer. And he was also a Holocaust survivor. You might have read his book at night.
This part's heavy.
In school.
Sorry, I was laughing to something at chat, not at this part.
And that history makes Wiesel's telling of the Golem story hit harder than virtually any other that I've read. This is true of all of Wiesel's writing. There are lines in this story that are simple, and yet just tear me apart. There's one where he says, "Father was always happy," or at least he seemed to be. I really loved my father. And that's nothing. That's just a line about a family. But if you've read Night or know Wiesel's history, you know how he was orphaned while in the death camps, and it's just... My point is that Wiesel's writing, explicitly or not, like so much of Jewish art of the last 70 years, is unavoidably post-Holocaust. It's inescapable. And you don't have to stretch to find Wiesel's reflection on the Holocaust and the Golem story. He puts them in the first chapter, and he manages to sum up my own thoughts while writing these thousands of words better than I ever could. And we miss him, the Golem. More than ever, we need his presence, and perhaps even his mystery. As usual, the year promises to be one of punishment. I feel it in every bone of my body. I have lived through too many ordeals not to be able to predict what the future has in store. Oh, of course I have faith in God. I would not be a Jew if I did not have faith, but neither would I be a Jew if I were not afraid. I know that sometimes there are men who choose death because they wish to escape this wretched earth, which first bears us and then devours us. Ah, if only the Golem were still among us, I would sleep more peacefully. Why did the Maharal take him from us? Did he really believe that the era of suffering and injustice was a thing of the past? That we no longer needed a protector, a shield? Tell me, please, our Maharal who knew everything, did he not know that exile after him would become harder than before, even more cruel, that the burden would become heavier, more bloody? He could have left us his Golem. He should have. What did he fear? And what can we say to that? What purpose does the Golem story serve to Wiesel or the millions of others that lived through reality too hellish to imagine, the Jews and non-Jews who continue to live in that reality to this day? And yet, it's Wiesel who wrote the book. He is the one continuing the legacy of the Golem, so clearly it serves some purpose to him, right? The Golem is a story about many things, but at its most basic, it is a story about creating something, creating art, and then that art going on to protect you. It is a created object that was built to preserve the Jewish people. And in that way, the hundreds of stories about different golems aren't simply retellings of the original, a concept that barely exists. Instead, they are their own sculptures, continuing that legacy. Each one of them is a form of remembrance and renewal and preservation. They are golems in themselves. Art is not the only form of protection we need in the modern world. There is not a clay figure that will stride in to stop injustice, to protect refugees, to prevent state oppression. That's us. We gotta do that now. The Golem has always been an imperfect creation that's baked into its existence. It isn't a replacement for us. But the continued existence of art, of stories, is the continued existence of a people. Elie Wiesel continues to tell the story of the Golem because the Nazis were unable to take that from him, and I am telling it to you now. And presumably some of you will go home and say, hey, did you know the Golem is a Jewish thing? So it is a form of protection. Quiet, maybe, but the Golem has never been a noisy figure. And it's our words, not its, that keep it alive. This video was sponsored by Skillshare. You have probably heard of Skillshare and the thousands of classes they offer on all sorts of subjects. And often
Once
and
again,
other YouTubers
here's the link
will
if you want to watch
hit
it again
some classes
yourself.
that we've used to make ourselves better at technical skills, how to handle cameras or edit or something. That's not what I want to do for you today. Look, listen to me. Pick up some clay. There's a woman named Stephanie Kilgast on Skillshare that has videos for every level of artist, from the simple
cool
to the...
Yeah, excellent video. Absolutely excellent. I told you, I wasn't lying when I said this is one of my favorite video essays of all time. I've showed it to my stream before. I'm sure in the future I will probably show it again. But also it ties in very well to the extended segment that we talked about earlier. The fact that how we think about ourselves, how we engage with the world around us, how we remember one another, how we name one another, the words we say about one another, and the dynamics that are present in societies where groups of people can be marginalized because of their faith or their skin color or their gender. Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, don't worry so much. You can use the emotes however you want, okay? However you want, okay? Don't let Nuts bully you. Everybody, listen, Nuts gets weird champed every single day. Don't let Nuts be a emote pedant, okay? Don't worry. All right? I just wanted to watch that with you all because, well, you know, it feels, you know, it feels relevant. But, or I should say, and just like Jacob says at the end, the Golem can't replace us. We can't just hope that our art alone is going to survive. We have to preserve that. We have to share it. We have to archive it. We have to go beyond that. We have to take that art and let it become inspiration so that we can make sure that other people can do wonderful things. One of the very interesting parts of this whole story is the degrees to which all of the characters go to avoid violence. That, like, not only is there like an attempt to be like, hey, it wasn't us, like there's an attempt to defend themselves, but then there's not only that, they go and do fucking non-violent investigations to prove, no, it wasn't us, like we aren't doing this. Doesn't it remind you just a little bit of all of the people every single day like some of you in my audience, like me, myself on here at times, who spend our time pushing back and shouting out, hey, no, trans people aren't fucking groomers. No, trans people aren't fucking, you know, they're more likely to be the victims of a sexual assault than the perpetrator of a sexual assault. How can you justify all this? This is so unjust. And we shout out against this. And then there's each of the steps, all of the steps going to avoid violence. And the reason for that is because, guys, violence is terrible. Like, violence isn't a good thing. It causes immense pain. It causes death. It causes agony. It breaks down things that we build. But just because you belong to a marginalized group doesn't mean that you are to how do I put this? Just because you belong to a marginalized group doesn't mean that you're obligated to be subjected to oppression. You see what I mean? The truth is that these marginalized groups, whether it's a racial group or a religious group or a sexuality or a gender, these people never do the things that they're accused of. They're never what their enemies make them out to be. And they are never the first ones to turn to violence. You don't see a oppressed group of trans people immediately turn to violence. No, because trans people just want to live their lives. They want to make things together, eat delicious food, spend time together, enjoy one another's art, play music for one another, draw paintings for one another. That's what most people all across the world want to do. And it's societies that have to make others, that have to create scapegoats, that produces this horrible cycle, this cycle where people who are otherwise peaceful are forced into being violent people. They're not forced by just a threat. They're forced by active violence, active, encroaching, perpetual, eradicatory violence. There's nothing wrong. By the way, some people were joking saying harmless weirdos, but the truth is that, like, yeah, everyone's a harmless, like, half of the planet is a harmless weirdo. Every single person. It's true, though. Like, we all have our own quirks and things. We're all weird to one another. Like, humans have a lot of differences and we have a lot of things in common and we have a lot of things in different. We're all kind of weird to one another. How many of you have traveled like a town over and they're like throwing some weird local celebration that you have no idea about? I remember the town I grew up in had like a children's athletics day, like a celebration of like children's athletics. I've never seen any other town do that. It was just a local tradition. Everybody's a weirdo to everybody else. And we don't hurt each other most of the time. The vast majority of the time, we just want to exist peacefully alongside one another. So, yeah. Anyway, that's more or less the very extended bit where I talk about the war on trans people. I'm now going to take that out of the title so that people know they can come and you know, we can chill. We're going to do Cooking Mama and react. All right. There you go, everybody. Yeah? I can't do any more of that stuff. Much, much, much love. So, yeah, no, I did an extended segment. We started this about the war on trans people, and it's branched off into a couple of other things, willingly, of course. The main segment was earlier, but I just wanted to tie it all together. And now it's time. Hyun, hit me with the video. I know you had one. Hyun, hit me with it. I need it. Did not expect Jewish trans content. Glad I stayed up. I'm glad you stayed up too. I'm glad you're here. Happy to see you. and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Do react first so I can make it home in time for Cooking Mama? We have to start the Cooking Mama first, but don't worry. Canoon says, speaking of art, I've got to show you this new tattoo I got. It's queer and historical, and I cried when I saw it. Queer art hits right in the throat. Seeing the joy and pain and suffering and learning to put joy into the world while still fighting for yourself is hard, and trans people are the perfect representation of all of that. Yo, no problem. Thank you. I'm sorry, Saber Flote. It's just, you know what? I'm on a bad sleep schedule too. So, all right, I need this. No, not another one. If you're even teaching about LGBTQ people, you are grooming them. You are abusing them. No more clips. No more. God, you're clipping me. You can't DM me? Wait a second. You can't? What? Hold on a second. Wait, just send it to me here. Oh, hold on. I'll just add you, Heem. Here. I'll just add you. There you go. I sent you a friend request. There. Grab me. I added your friend request. And then we can watch this. Heem has been telling me. So, by the way, we are now formally entering into the fun part of today's stream. We are going to be doing Cooking Mama up first. We got to do Cooking Mama. Cooking Mama is a show where we react to questionably made questionably made food. We talk about it and we go all around the internet finding these things. Now, I have heard that there is some truly atrocious cooking waiting for us today, and oh my God, you weren't kidding. Oh boy. This is called deluxe pizza. Rhodes says, I'm very glad you talked about anti-Semitism. You're one of the only Gentiles I trust to talk about Jewish issues in a good way. I will be better over time. I'm only going to get better at it. Thank you so very much, Rhodes. Much, much love to you. It is something I take very seriously. I personally was deeply, deeply, I have been moved by both the cultural aspects of American Judaism. I've been fucking moved by the legends and the stories. My two best friends when I was growing up were Jewish. Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I promise you, I'm only going to get better as I learn more and become a smarter and more informed person over the years, okay? Paul M. says, you were right. That video was excellent. Also, everyone got super mad at Will Smith and no one stopped to consider if he was just a golem that Jada summoned. Oh my God. No, I didn't. It's true. I haven't. I never thought about that. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'll do that when I can, Canoon. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Paul M. The Brazilian pizza. Okay, these are all going on. Oh, by the way, if you want to make a submission for Cooking Mama, for now, just drop it in the chat, but soon we will have a devoted channel just for Cooking Mama subscriptions. Anyway, without any further ado, future viewers, what you are witnessing right now is yet another episode of Cooking Mama. Cooking Mama is a very fun little segment we do on my stream where people send me cooking videos, generally, unfortunately, atrocious cooking videos, and then I react to them and give my thoughts. Sometimes we do watch nice cooking videos, but usually it's atrocious. And we have the Cooking Mama theme song, so we're going to play that real quick. For those of you who, you know, are new to the Cooking Mama thing, I promise you, you're going to love this stuff. So subscribe, ring the bell, press the like button for more Cooking Mama content. The more love Cooking Mama gets, the more Cooking Mama we do. Let's listen to the Cooking Mama theme song. Cooking Mama. It's time. Let's light those fucking grills up. Let's get our seasonings fucking sorted. Let's get our tools ready and let's enjoy what is called the deluxe pizza. I have no idea what to expect from this. I have never seen this. This was submitted to me. So let's find out what the fucking deluxe pizza is all about.
Today I'm going to show you how to make a pizza with a difference.
Nope, I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna.
What I've done is I put some meat in the oven for 2 hours.
You said it, not me. Punk Corp said, "Oh no, he's British." You said it, not me. I am not guilty of the Anglophobia. That's you. It's on you.
That's been cooking for 2 hours in the oven, and we're making.
This looks like a whole piglet was just deep fried or something. Yeah, roast beast. What the hell?
Making a pizza, and it's a special pizza flour pastry mix. I'll explain as we go on.
Ah! Here's a hint. Don't fucking use don't use a fucking cutter like that on a plate. Use it on a fucking cutting board. Cutting board. That's horrible. Did you hear that?
You need to do this while it's still red hot our oven, so we don't use a cook chill method.
Ah!
Cut your meat or your beef into cubes, and then you put it into blender.
Blender?
Just put your meat straight into.
Why are you fucking putting roast beef in a blender?
Blender, and beef is one of the few things that'll actually blend.
Sorry, I need to hear that again.
Straight into blender, and beef is one of the few things that'll actually blend.
Beef is one of the few things that will actually blend. Okay. That means your blender is fucking busted. Okay? That means if the only thing you can get your blender to blend is fucking beef, you've got something wrong with your blender.
Just cut another slice off
What? Why is he doing it again?
So you put your meat into blender like that. Camera work's not very good on this.
Why would you even do this?
Put the bloody thing in.
No! Come on! Ew! Ah! No!
Beef is one of the few things that actually works in a blender. All this dodgy camera work. Then you stick it out onto your plate after you blended it. You stick it out onto your...
Guys, real quick reminder. This is in a video called Deluxe Pizza.
Plate. And it'll end up like that when it's been in blender. Yeah, it's one of the few meats that you can actually blend is beef, funnily enough.
Why would you blend any meat?
So after we've finished with all dodgy camera work, let's get it all out. You want to spoon your flour on. 1 or 2 tables dessert spoons of flour on should do it. You spoon your flour on like that. Mix it all in. This is going to be your base for your pizza. Then just add your water a drop at a time in the middle. And mix it into a sort of a dough ball. A doughy sort of a mixture for your base. Spend a few minutes doing this. And you want to do this straight away.
What?
When your meat's fresh out of the oven.
Okay, so this is a joke, right? Like this is this is a troll, right? There's no possible way that this can be real. Who the fuck would do this? This doesn't even make sense. This feels like what like a baby would come up with if they were asked to make a meat pie, but it's supposed to be a pizza? Oh boy. All right, we're gonna have to explore this guy's fucking channel, aren't we?
Red hot. Just keep adding dessert spoons of flour on. Drop more water.
Oh my god, ew.
Fold it in like that.
Here's the video. Nisrathi, here you go. Of course, you can always rewind and watch it with me if you want to.
Doughy sort of a consistency.
You think people are thinking this is an anti-Anglo psyop?
Normally you roll pastry.
You're saying this guy's probably American or something.
Stuff
and
like this out pastry or a pizza base, you normally roll it out, but doing it this way saves a lot of mess and it saves a lot of time as well. Fold your flour in. Like that. Fold it in like that. Get a bit more flour. Sprinkle it over the top. Fold it in. Just work it in.
Oh my god! Oh my god, he's been shoveling the fucking... Ew! I just noticed he was just shoveling the flour with the meat spoon! He fucking put the meat spoon back in the flour! Oh no! It's gonna be... This whole bag is gonna be a biohazard!
Drop more water if you need it.
Ugh!
You get a sort of a doughy consistency. Fold it round. I should have mentioned that you're supposed to flour your plate or spread margarine on your plate to grease it so it doesn't stick to the plate. Now we've got it to a consistency of dough. It's a simple job just to work it round with a spoon like this. Just flatten it out with a spoon and work it into edges like that so you get your pizza base. So work it around like that. So this pizza is going to consist of pineapple,
That motherfucker just said pineapple? Did he just say fucking pineapple? On a fucking this?
I chopped a pineapple earlier and just chop it into thin cut slices like that. Thin cut slices of pineapple. You need about 3 or 4. You notice I'm using an old pineapple for this because pineapple rings that you get in a tin, they tend to be a bit sort of metallic-y tasting. So
straight up,
a good taste
straight
of
fucking
pineapple.
up, straight
Cut
fucking up.
these in half.
It's the fucking grey blob.
Cut these segments in half or quarter them. Cut these segments off.
Oh, well, I'm glad he stopped to eat one right there.
Sweet to taste. Cut your segments off.
He didn't even take the skin off.
Now, if you start your pizza topping, just arrange these segments.
What? Okay, come on. Okay, I'm sorry. This is not real. There is no fucking way that anybody fucking calls this a pizza when you put an inch tall, fucking 1.5 inch wide chunk of pineapple on there. This is stupid. This is fucking stupid. There's no way.
Down and arrange them round edges.
What? Ew. Oh, tell me he's not going to cook it on the plate.
Using a whole pineapple is a bit too much, actually, so you've got a bit of pineapple left over. Next, I'm going to peel some garlic. We're going to add garlic to this. Originally, it were going to be mushrooms, but they didn't have any mushrooms at the supermarket.
It's Med. He made that. It's Med says, that's not even, is that even a dough? He didn't work it at all. No, that's made out of meat. You might have missed the beginning, It's Med. That's meat. He put meat in a pile and then put flour on top of it and then mushed it together. It's literally meat.
Just peel your garlic off. And you start.
Nope. Fake. This is fake. It's fake. There's no way anyone is stupid enough to unironically put a fucking unpeeled garlic thing on there. Just one chunk. There's no way. This is totally fake. I'll have to go. Okay, that's it, everybody. That's right. We're announcing it. We're going to go watch some of this guy's other videos. We have to go see. We have to go find out if this guy is really that dumb. It's time, everyone. This Cooking Mama just became a Cooking Mama investigation. All right, let's finish it. This feels fake.
Your pineapple slices. Peel skins off.
Come the fuck on. Come on. No one will eat this. It's literally inedible. This is just
very strong tasting. It's a bit middle like that. And if you want, you can put a cheese topping over it as well. Then you add your cherry tomatoes. Just cut your cherry tomatoes in half. I don't have a lot of space here. Just cut your cherry tomatoes in half.
Nope.
Add
Nope.
your cherry tomatoes. And it's not like your normal pizza, you know. Actually, it probably tastes better than your normal pizza. Put your cherry tomatoes in like that. Like I say, you can grate some cheese and add cheese over it.
The description to this video uses juices from meat instead of gravy, which I should have done.
You need to be fairly quick when you're doing this.
Cookie says, you go to visit Chud Logic and he serves you this. What do you do? I don't think I'll be friends with Chud Logic for much longer.
Just get, as I say,
Yeah, I'd
get a
swim
rule
home.
on it,
Exactly. I'd swim back across
beef's
the... Exactly.
cooling all the time. So you put your cherry tomatoes on top of it like that, and you end up with your pizza.
This is
Also,
disgusting.
You can grate some of your
Kill
beef.
him! Kill him!
Grate some of your beef over top.
Okay, no, come on. He's grating the beef. This is a fake. This is so fake. There's no way. This can't be real. I don't believe it. It has to be a troll. Grating the meat? Come on, that's stupid as shit.
This gives it that nice touch, and beef's apparently still warm, so this will go straight in oven. And it'll be a really nice pizza.
Hyun insists this is not a
You'd pay a
fake.
fortune for this in a restaurant, you really would. But here you can make it for the price of a joint of beef, which you can use later. Your pineapple.
A pizza.
You've got a lot of pineapple left over, but
You pay a fortune
you can
for
use
a
that
pizza
later,
like
so
this. You really
think about
would.
that.
You can get it instead of a joint of beef.
And this
Shut
is
the
our
fuck
finished
up.
Pizza.
Come on.
And you can, like I say, you can sprinkle cheese over it, grate cheese over it, or anything else you want to grate over it, but I think it looks alright like that. And you put that in oven on gas mark 4 for about half an hour, and that's it, and thanks for watching.
No presentation? Sus. Sus. Okay, we have to go. We have to investigate deeper. Does this guy have other cooking videos? Oh my god. He has a lot of other cooking videos. Britannia fruit pie. Barbecue burgers. Okay, I need to see this guy. I need to see this motherfucker's burgers. All right.
Showed you how to make a barbecue using no money. This time I thought, why not make your own burgers?
And you just mix that nicely.
No. Nope. We can't do that. We need to see his loot. We can't watch that. All right, let's watch his fucking spicy chicken.
Today I'm going to show you how to make what I call spicy chicken soup. And I found these two interesting spices in Sainsbury's. This is smoked paprika powder, and this is called harissa spices. Seasoning with coriander seeds, dried garlic and chill flakes, apparently, whatever they are. And how you make this is quite straightforward. With any soup, if you want to thicken it, what you do is you put flour in, a couple of tablespoons or a tablespoon of flour in, and just stir it round pan like that. Knock it off spoon.
Ew!
And stir it round pan to thicken it. Like that. And before you do this, you want to cook your chicken. That'll need straining off, that will. You need to cook your chicken. So I'll just return the camera. So this chicken has been cooking for about 20 minutes.
Oh no. Oh no.
What you do is
oh god. No!
chop it
No!
up into
Okay, sorry everybody. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scream that loud. I'm really sorry. I cannot. That is
segments. Chop it up into segments like
the
that.
noise! The noise!
Small as you can. Pan's just boiled over. Trouble is with flour in it tends to boil over the pan if you put it on full heat, so turn the heat down.
That sound.
When you put your chicken into your pan, I can't show you actually putting your chicken in because I've only got 2 hands. So you put your chicken into your pan.
Ew! All the clumps of fucking flour are hold on. Oh, that's so gross. You can see, look, the clumps of flour are just floating in here.
There's chicken. Put several chicken pieces into your pan and you should continually stir it like that. Now boil very nicely. And your next ingredient is an onion, which I peeled earlier. I'm sure you don't want me to show you how to chop an onion, because I showed you that before. Just chop an onion like that, just into segments like that, thin as you can. And you only want half an onion for this. Chop it down fairly small. Then you put your onion pieces into your pan.
The sounds in this.
Obviously, if you're going to make this for a family or whatever, you need to double or triple top recipe. But you put your onion pieces in pan. Once again, I can't show you me doing this because I've only got 2 hands and no camera operator. So your onion pieces go into pan and just let that simmer away. Put some Worcester sauce in. You don't need a lot. Stir it round.
I don't even know, what am I supposed to say to this? Like, this is one of the worst we've ever seen. This particular video might be lower than anything we've ever seen Dave make. It might be lower than this might be one of the lowest things we've ever seen made at all.
And with your paprika...
Yes, he said before that he was boiling water. He said he was using water, not a stock or a broth.
Powder, which comes in a small tin. You just want a 1/4 teaspoon. Well, you're supposed to sprinkle it in, not drop it in, but just stir it round, and you do this according to taste. I'd recommend several 1/4 teaspoons of paprika powder in. Then you need your harissa spices. Once again, 1/4 teaspoon of spices to go in. And you stir it round. When I tried this before, it were really tasty. It wasn't so spicy, but it had a really nice taste to it. You'll probably have to strain it off as well, but just keep stirring it round like that. And one ingredient I did forget to mention is a stock cube, when I can get it out of the bloody package.
This is grim. This might be some of the
cubes.
worst.
It should have gone in first, actually.
Oh, he forgot the stock cube.
for a bit to get out of bloody thingy.
Oh my god.
So stock cube's gone in. And you just want to let that boil away for about 5 minutes. What I should have done is put stock cube in straight away.
Okay, I can fucking smell this putrid dish, and it smells like hot garbage on a summer day. Also, why the fuck's he still fucking stirring it with a fork?
These are sort of stock cubes I'm talking about. It's a chicken one because we're doing chicken. Just keep stirring that round. Try and make sure stock cube is actually
This scraping is giving me, unironically giving me a headache.
dissolved in there. It's a bit low down on flavour at the moment, so another quarter teaspoon of
It's a bit low on flavor. I wonder fucking why, bro.
harissa spices to go in.
And by the way, you could see, look at this. Hold on, observe. Observe, when he puts this
Another
spoon in,
quarter teaspoon of
look.
harissa.
He put a wet spoon into his spice jar. Right there. You can witness it. The spice being stuck to it. He put a fucking wet spoon back into his spice jar.
Spices to go in.
Disgusting.
Keep tasting as you go.
Don't worry, Hollow. I'm dying along with you.
And another quarter of paprika powder. Another quarter of that to go in. It depends on what level of flavour and how strong you want it.
Truly atrocious.
I think I've achieved the level of taste that I want. And as you can see now, it's starting to bubble. I think I'll flour.
I unironically, I feel like you could make a better looking and better tasting, but certainly a better looking soup using like rat meat and a fucking wild onion. And just not doing it this way. This is just so bad. Like, unironically.
I was practically dissolved in this, so what I'm going to do...
This isn't even apocalypse soup. You can have nicer apocalypse soup than this. This guy... Wait, this isn't apocalypse soup. This guy has pre-prepared stock cubes. He has stock cubes and bottled spices. He's just bad.
Put another dessert spoon. Put another dessert spoon of flour in, just to thicken it up a bit.
No, not more.
Stir it round.
Okay, this guy just likes chunks. Okay, I got it. I figured it out. This guy has a... He's one of the handful of people in the world who likes just guzzling down chunky liquids. Okay? That's what it is. That's how you know. Fuck.
And most you want in a pan this size is 2 dessert spoons.
Ew! Oh, that is disgusting! Ew! And that's all just gonna be like wet dough blobs.
Into liquid flour.
Guys, okay, hold on. Somebody says, do you think he's heard of cum? Okay. if your cum is chunky, you need to go to the doctor. Look at this nonsense these fuckers have sent to me. And somebody made a cum joke. I'm like, this better not be what your cum looks like. This better fucking not. Somebody's been reading those fucking Japanese hentais that have the chunky yellow cum. You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Yep, I knew it. Huh? Oh yeah, you refill it? Thank you. Love you. Putrid. Utterly putrid.
It's just about boiled. So what I'm gonna I'm gonna do next is sieve it off. Just get a bowl like that.
Boil. Oxytocin boy. Boil. Boil.
I'll sieve over it.
Now, why the fuck do you need a sieve for your fucking soup?
And if your flour hasn't still fully dissolved, all you do is gently sieve it into a bowl.
Oh
Gently
my
sieve it into a
god!
bowl like that.
What the fuck?
Then you just spend a while taking out your ingredients like chicken and onion and everything. Spend a minute or two spooning everything out, and that's it, and thanks for watching.
I'm sorry. I need to see the fish and chips. I have to see the fucking fish and chips. We have to.
Today I'm making fish and chips with a difference. I'm making it with beer, and it's special homemade fish and chips. And this is sort of beer I'm using, it's good stuff. And ingredients you need for this: you need black pepper, beer of course, and spuds. And you need haddock and flour.
This fish looks so bad. This fish doesn't even look like a fish. Straight up, I don't know where the fuck he got this. I do not think this is fish. I think this might be like sewer eel or something. Or maybe large swamp frog.
I got from Leeds Market, and it's proper haddock from Leeds Market, and it's not not a bad specimen actually. And we got a skin that I don't know if there's bones in it.
You don't know if there's bones in it?
First thing you've got to do is shift that lot out of the way. It's peeled spuds into wedges for chips, and I'm not gonna.
Okay. If your potato is looking this wrinkly, your potato has started to rot. So a wrinkly ass potato like this, you should probably just buy a new potato. This is a very wrinkly potato.
Show you me doing that. Well, actually, why not?
Oh my god, wait, this is the same... Wait a minute. Okay, this video is old. This is from 2014, so we're stepping back in time. This is the same area. We've been able to witness through a time portal his counter just age and peel up.
Elevate. I've got a new camera mount, so hopefully there won't be as many interruptions on this one. Just steady that in focus. You're supposed to use baking potatoes for this, but I couldn't be bothered getting any. So we just peel these like so. It's not a bad bit of fish actually. It's for a pound of haddock it's only a £5.
Hi. I'm really tormenting my chat and myself right now. Oh, thank you so much.
We're out of diet sodas.
Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
I might go get some.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
Love you.
I love you.
Love you. Let's continue.
Put that into wedges. Oh, so-called wedges.
Okay, another concern. This is a bit odd. He just cut this open, and that is one slimy potato. This further supports the idea. By the way, this further supports the idea that this is not a good potato. Look, when he cuts it, it's very slick.
Oh,
this potato has begun to rot, is my guess.
Camera's on a pole, so I've made a camera mount, so I'm not going to bother switching it on and off just to faff about with peeling stuff. Of course you end up with a ton of peel at the end of it. You can use this peel for compost, which I used to when I had an house with a garden.
Okay. Well, at least he composts. That's good.
Then just cut that into wedges. For one person you just want just enough to cover the bottom of the pan.
Roly-polies!
Do it on a bit of a slant. More or less even. Of course you can buy fish and chips from a normal fish and chip shop.
True painful possum.
It's never the same as doing it yourself, and it's probably not as adventurous either. Next stage is to cook these in oil, and we'll just see if I can get this focused on oven.
Okay. Guys, just a small warning. This is the very bad kitchen behavior. You should never put dangerous cleaning chemicals directly next to the oil, both of which are directly next to the heating elements. Never, ever, ever do this. Put your fucking cleaning shit somewhere else. Oh my god, this is a 28-minute video. I can't watch the whole thing. We need to see what it looks... Ah!
It's not like showing you inexperience. Okay, let's have another go at this.
peel off.
Unironically, making people watch this is better vegan activism than anything that Vegan Gains has ever done in his entire life. I know we're making a reference back to the fucking Vegan Gains shit, but this is literally true. I never want to eat a fish again in my life.
An amount of skin with knife. This is how I'm doing it. And lay it down flat like that. Just gently peel it back. All the time keeping your fingers under it. I'm not sure this is proper method to skin fish, but never mind. Job's a good one. Another thing you'll find with fish is you get quite a few bones in it, and we always used to tell you at school, watch out for bones when you're having fish. And you can just rub your fingers on amongst it, up and down it, checking for bones. It's not an 100% guarantee that there won't be any. But I've found one there, I've found quite a few. And what I'm going to do is tweezer it out. I'm not sure this is proper method to debone a fish.
Why would you... This is another thing that always surprises me. Why would you make a cooking video in which you repeatedly state you have no idea what you're doing with the fish? Why would you try to instruct someone else, post this on YouTube to teach others how to make your fish recipe if you literally don't know how to prepare the fish? I will never understand that.
Getting with tweezers. I just tweezer that bone out. It's the only method I can come up with at bone.
That's Baphomet. Baphomet says, how much do you want to bet he uses those tweezers to pluck his hair and clear his blemishes? 100%. I was literally thinking the same thing. I was literally thinking the fucking same thing. Disgusting.
And just rub your fingers
I don't know
all
whether I
along
feel
it.
worse for his fucking
Checking
meal
for
or his
bones.
skin.
And I don't think there's any more in there.
This is putrid.
So what I've got to do now is wait for the chips to cook. These have been in the oven for about half an hour and they're absolutely perfect. As you can see, they're a nice crispy golden brown and they've got pepper seasoning on them, which is just what's needed. So they are fairly perfect. Next thing you want to do is concentrate on fish and mix that in, and you want a batter beer mix. So
Okay, we're skipping forward. I'm sorry, I can't watch him stir things for 28 minutes. We have to skip forward. What is this? What the fuck? What did we? Oh no, that's the batter! That's the fucking batter! With the fish in it!
spread it all around.
And that's on he's using metal on a non-stick! He's scraping Teflon directly into his fish goo. Fish goo pancakes with a metal spoon.
Get it all evenly spread.
Come on! Oh my fucking god! I'm sorry. Oh, he makes more. Oh no, he makes more.
I blew oil. And now we fry it in its own batter.
Metal, by the way, fucking metal spatula on Teflon.
Off the fish. And we've got it. A little bit. Get over. Right, that's done. That should be cooked. So the next stage is to
turn it out onto a plate, but drain water off, or excess mix off first. Mix off first, but drain water off, or excess mix off first. Few slices of lemon what we're gonna.
I don't even know how to respond to this. I wish that I could believe this guy was a troll, but I go look at his channel. This is a 10-year-old video. Guys, this person is serious. Guys, that's not even fish. That is some unknown gray slop.
I see, but I don't have any. So we're nearly there. And next stage is to put it in oven for 5 minutes.
Notice also he left the fucking fish skin right there.
By this time your chips have cooled down, so you just want it in oven to warm up. And that's it. Thanks for watching.
Wow. Well, this channel's got to go on the fucking new Cooking Mama list. We're going to have to revisit this guy in the future. Do we want to do... Okay, we have 2 more that I've been sent, okay? This one is another one. Let's move on. Let's not stay too long. That was dreadful. I've been sent this. This is called Bake Me Up Buttercup. Cheeseburger hand pies making puff pastry in fursuit furry baking show. Who did this and why? All right, let's see.
They say
Actually, holy shit, this is a really high quality fucking... This is a high quality fucking fursuit. I gotta say, that is a really high quality fursuit. I'm not personally into fursuits, but that is a high-ass quality fursuit. I don't know if this cooking is bad or good. It might be good cooking, so we got to give it a fair shake.
cheeseburger in hand is worth 2 in the bush. So let's make cheeseburger hand pies.
Wait, this shit looks good. Wait, is this good? Is this gonna be based furry cooking?
Hello, my dears. Buttercup the baking spaniel here with a wonderfully tasty new recipe. Today, we are trying something a bit different.
Okay, unironically, I'm actually so here. I am so fucking here for good furry cooking. After what we just had to see, I'm so here for it. Let's fucking do it!
With a delightful dinner entree. Who doesn't love a good cheeseburger? Now, what if we took that bun and turned it into a flaky, buttery puff pastry instead? I'm going to teach you how to make cheeseburger hand pies. Oh gosh, doesn't that sound amazing? We better get started.
Oh, I haven't. We'll have to check this out.
Our first step is to prepare the puff pastry crust. Now, you can absolutely buy ready-made puff pastry from the store. However, making your own from scratch not only yields an amazingly delicious result, it's surprisingly easier than you would think. Because the dough needs a lot of resting time, I do recommend making it a day in advance, however, so be sure to plan ahead. The recipe I am using is actually for a rough puff pastry from Preppy Kitchen. I will share a link below to the full recipe. This recipe will make enough pastry for about 4 hand pies, which will also use approximately half of the...
Look, Sander, I fucking love Good Mythical Morning and Mythical Kitchen, but I don't think we'll ever be able to watch that because they'll probably copyright claim us. But that sounds amazing nonetheless.
Filling we will be making later. So keep in mind you will need to make 2 batches of pastry if you want to use up all the filling. We are going to start with 2 cups of flour. Add in 1 tablespoon of sugar and 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Whisk together well. Making puff pastry is some whiskey business. Now we will need to add 1 cup of very cold, high-quality butter. I've placed my butter in the freezer for about 10 minutes to keep it from getting too soft. Using a cheese grater, we are going to grate the butter into our flour mixture.
I mean, listen, I just gotta say, the fact that this person is making what appears to be a genuinely good food while doing it in a fursuit just shows you that people like Dave have no excuse. They have no fucking excuse, okay? Not any. This person is literally making delicious food in a fursuit. Yep, there's different gloves. That's really interesting. This is a colored glove. That's creative editing and probably indicates that there's a camera person helping out at all times. That's really cool.
Tossing it together gently as we go along to coat all the butter.
Yeah, see, this is clever. This is a rubber glove that's the same color as the fur. But look, you can see in the pattern, this is just a colored rubber glove. That's really creative. Holy shit, guys, we're doing a good cooking video. This is so sick. Oh, it looks like, oh, okay, actually, it looks like it might be gloves placed over the fur. That's sick as hell. Okay, so they're using like a big extra-sized glove. Okay, so it looks like it's actually a glove on the fursuit glove. Also good. Still, regardless, the point stands. The point being that a lot of precaution is being taken to maintain the cleanliness of this food, which, as you can see by the people who don't wear a fursuit and still make putrid dishes, is not usually the case.
Great, because it's a cheese grater. Next, we will add in 6 tablespoons of cold water. And fold the mixture gently together. Don't be afraid to get your paws dirty for this one. We'll add in additional water 1 tablespoon at a time until the mixture holds its shape well when pressed together. On a lightly floured surface, we will roll the dough out.
Nuts. You're witnessing, at long last, good cooking. It's actually great so far.
To a square about 1/2.
I put the mess in domestic.
Inch thick.
Yeah, that deserves a Smuggy.
Wrap well in plastic wrap, then place in the refrigerator for 1 hour. Now that our dough is all chilled, we can start rolling and folding it. This step is called laminating the dough, and it's incredibly important for getting those beautiful flaky layers. On a lightly floured surface, roll the dough out into a rectangular shape. Now we will fold it into thirds, just like this. Ta-da! Once folded, rotate the dough 90 degrees. And then repeat the entire process of rolling and folding. Do this process about 3 to 4 times.
That is some nice dough.
Plastic wrap again. Now your dough will need to chill for several hours, or preferably overnight. See why I recommended making your pastry the day before? Alright, now that our pastry is prepped and chilled, we can prepare the cheeseburger filling. In a large skillet, heat up 1 tablespoon of cooking oil. To this, we will add 1 cup of chopped onions. Cook and stir.
I just noticed fucking stoneware, silicone, fucking properly cut. Oh my God. Oh my fuck. Do you know how much of a relief it is for once? For fucking once?
Over medium heat until the onions become translucent. Next, add 3 cloves of minced garlic and cook for about a minute.
She's a good cook! She's a good cook! I'm so happy! I'm so fucking happy!
Now we will add 1 pound of ground beef.
Oh! Fresh ground beef! Actually fresh ground beef! Seasoning!
Teaspoon pepper and 1/2 teaspoon smoked paprika. Cook until all the meat is nicely browned.
Oh my God!
Now we will add in 2 tablespoons of ketchup, 1 teaspoon mustard, and 1 tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, a classic cheeseburger recipe!
And now we can remove it from the heat. Add in 2 cups of shredded cheddar cheese and give it a good mix. Oh, now that looks delicious! Alright, now let's roll out our pastry. On a lightly floured surface, we will roll our pastry dough into a roughly 12 by 12 inch square. Rotating as you go helps keep it even.
Oh my God, look at this dough! She's legit! The furry is the most legit cook! This is better than Gordon Ramsay shit!
Now we will cut this into 4 squares. We will fill one side of each square with about 3 to 4 tablespoons of filling. Be sure to leave some room around the edge so you can close up your pie. Dip your finger in some water and run it along the edge of each square. Then carefully fold each square over and press the edges down. Using a fork, seal all the edges to keep the pie from popping open in the oven. Poke some holes in the top of each pie so that steam will be able to escape. Place your pies on a baking sheet. To help with browning, you can brush some beaten egg over each pie. Brushy, 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 brushy. And for a finishing touch,
is so cute!
A sprinkling of sesame seeds to mimic that classic sesame bun. Now we get to bake them.
Oh, that's so cool! What a nice touch! What a fucking nice touch!
Bake at 400 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 200 degrees Celsius, for 20 to 30 minutes, or until they have a beautiful golden brown color. Once they have cooled down just slightly, they will be ready to serve. Oh my goodness gracious, did these look incredible! The puff pastry is deliciously flaky and buttery, and that filling is just perfect. Truly reminiscent of a classic cheeseburger, but with such a fun twist. I think I will cook up some french fries and enjoy the perfect dinner. Yum, yum! Thank you so much for joining me in making this
so
wonderful
good.
meal today. I do hope you will give it a try at home. A special thank you to my patrons whose support helps me continue bringing everyone fun and delicious recipes. Patrons get early access to all my videos.
She talks like a 50-year-old kindergarten teacher? Maybe she is a 50-year-old kindergarten teacher. This is Poggers!
Plus all sorts of behind-the-scenes content and more. Be sure to check out the link to my Patreon in the description if you are interested in learning more. Until next time, mwah!
Oh, I'm giving this one a like. I'm giving this video a fucking like. Oh, wow! Similarly sized to us. Okay, I'll add this person. We're gonna check back on Bake Me Up Buttercup in the future. Oh my God! I'm so nice. All right, everybody. Next one, okay? We got to go to the next one. We got to keep watching, okay? Hold on. There's another one here. This one, I've heard, is not good. All right. Let's check this out, everybody. This one is called pizza. It's a pizza one. Let's check it out. No, everyone. No, no, no. It's our burden. It is our burden that we must see what other cooking awaits us. We can't just find a nice furry cooking channel and sit there. We have to keep going. It's the only way. Oh, that didn't work out. I think that was canned corn that he put on top. Well, yeah, I think he's pushing it into the fire, which is a little bit odd because there was like trash, like a discarded leaf, and a log. It's a very janky, yeah, it's a very janky oven. Yeah, but what did they squeeze on there? Catupery cheese. It is one of the most popular bands of Requeijo cheese in Brazil. It was developed by Italian immigrant Mario Silvestrini. So it's like a soft cheese, but that's a lot of it. Oh, okay. It's a white sauce pizza. That's a lot of sauce. All right, but I'm not gonna judge. Let's see how it looks. Sorry about that. Didn't see that person come through. Nope. 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 Big sloppy pile of shit. Looked terrible. I think those were jalapenos. Were they olives? Wait, were they 3 whole olives? Is that what it was? I thought it was a fucking pepper. Just look at that. It's just putrid. It's just, I mean, it's liquid. There's no way that this crust is even, you can't even taste the crust. Oh, it is olives. Oh my God. It's literally. Rioma, if you have one right now, please shoot it my way. We will be having a devoted Cooking Mama submissions channel in the future. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you all want to leave nice comments on to Bake Me a Buttercup, feel free. Say Cooking Mama sent me here. Yeah, I'm totally cool with that. We want to make friendships with the cool cooking channels we like, since we are no longer at peace with K anymore. Fucking K's cooking. Okay. So I've heard this stuff. Stop. Stop. Stop it. What the hell? Hold on. I need to check this channel. Okay, hold on. Okay. This is a TikTok channel, okay? This is called Eli's Chicken. Let's check this out. Oh, he's got a lot of videos. Okay, hold on. Oh boy, here we go. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got here. Let's find out. This is new. Never seen this one, so let's see. Oh. That's it? Oh, okay. Okay, so this is just how to basic. He ate it. I'll give him that. He ate it. Okay. Okay. More raisins. More flour. Okay, so sandwiches, burgers seem to be a thing. Oh, he doesn't like that one. He doesn't like that one. Okay, I'll give this person the credit. The fact that he does eat it at the end means that this is a more fun gimmick than just fake stuff. Oh yes, we have talked about the Gordon Ramsay grilled cheese fuck up. So this is definitely, this is fun. This is fun because he actually eats the trash at the end. Now, the thing is, like, that's another thing. That's like ordinary sausage. Ordinary sausage is fun because he at least tries the stuff he makes. I don't like it when people make fake, disgusting stuff.
Just got this egg out of the carton and, like, looks normal-ish, right? This thing's got a fucking flat spot.
Oh.
Look at that. It just sits right there.
Okay.
Just got...
Okay. Alright, let's see what this one is. Pear. Slicing it. Oh, no. Pears and ranch powder. Oh. I didn't know that. I apologize about that. Uses they, she. My apologies for wrong pronouns. Okay. Horrific. Nightmarish.
Hey, you want some crunchy rollers? Some keto clusters? Some motherfucking shorty sausages? Hey, you want...
That one was rough. That was rough. That one was rough. Mayo, mayonnaise, grapefruit. Wait a minute, we've seen this one. What? All right, let's continue. We've seen this. We've seen something like this. Do you guys remember do you remember the Jello that we watched? The cursed fucking Jello? Ew.
Na zdrowie.
What? Impressive? And impressive. It looked it looks like it tastes terrible, but impressive nonetheless. Chopped up strawberry chocolate. Okay, almond milk. Lemon. Nothing bad so far. All of this is workable so far. There's the cherries. I mean, the strawberry. Okay. All right, straining it out. Moonshine? Moonshine yogurt. Egg, of course. Now it's going to get fried. Oh. Okay. All right. All right. I had enough of that. I've had enough of that. Oh my God, I've had enough of that. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Enough is enough. All right, we got to find something else. You guys want to check in on Dave? Y'all want to check in Dave? Let's check in on Dave, shall we? We got to check in on Dave. I know he had a couple of videos scheduled, so let's take a look. Oh baby, we got a new one. Oh baby, we got a new one. Oh shit. So we got where was the newest one? Oh, we got the BK Big Cheese. Oh, we're going to get the cheesy slut burger soon. We already got shells in a tomato cream sauce. All right, let's see it. This was today's, everybody. Today, we got the shells and tomato cream. Let's watch it.
Hey, welcome to Dave's Cooking Show for you today, and today we got a real simple, easy recipe for you. It's shells and a nice tomato cream sauce, but I don't know if I want to call it a sauce. This more closely resembles SpaghettiOs than anything else. But to start things off, you want 1 to 1.5 pounds of Italian sausage in a crock pot like this. Cook this motherfucker till it's done. All right, after you've cooked and drained the sausage...
Again, his sloppy pouring technique is always abundantly visible. Just look at this fucking debris.
In the same pot, you want to add a 28-ounce can of crushed tomatoes. Any brand will do. You can add a little sugar just to take the tin off the tomatoes. Just a little bit of sugar. Then you want to add a 15-ounce can of tomato sauce. Then you want to add about a tablespoon of basil. A little more, a little less. You know, do it to taste, but I added about a tablespoon. Then about a half a tablespoon of oregano.
Okay.
Then you want to give this a good old-fashioned stir, and I let this kind of simmer and get incorporated for about 5 minutes before I added anything else. But, you know, you do you. Okay, this was not shown, but...
Dave is loud today.
At some point after the 5 minutes, I added about a half a cup of olive oil to the sauce. Gave that a couple of minutes to get incorporated, and now we're on to the last couple of ingredients.
Oh, wait, you can literally see the oil pooled up right here. He said he put like a half a tablespoon. All of the oil is right there. You can see it. It's kind of hard. I don't know. Maybe you guys can see it well. Look, it's all pooled. You can see the greenish, yellowish tint right over here. Half a cup? Half a cup? Oh.
To the sauce, I added a cup of grated Parmesan cheese. And coming in now is 1 cup of heavy cream. And you want to stir this around. And you want to simmer it for at least 20 minutes. Also, add the sausage back in. Adding salt and pepper as needed. I will say, pepper, you can do it to your liking. Salt, be careful with, though, because the tomatoes are salty. The Parmesan's super salty. The sausage is fucking salty.
Wow.
So, Again,
I'm impressed. The fact that Dave is urging caution on salt is actually impressive. Normally he puts so much salt into his food. This sounds like it's going to be reasonably salted.
careful with how much salt you're at.
He could have been.
And just give this, like I said, 15 minutes to simmer and get incorporated, and on to the final step.
Okay, all things considered, this isn't the worst sauce I've ever seen. I think a half cup of oil is a fucking unbelievable amount of oil. Yeah, I was gonna say the sausage already has lots of fat in it that's going to cook down. So when this is done, it's going to be a very oily sauce, I imagine. But honestly, this is not the worst sauce we've ever seen.
The magic of cooking show editing. The sauce is done, and here comes the shells.
Now those shells are not done.
These are medium shells, if you'd like to know. Again, I usually cook them 1 minute less than the package directions call for al dente, because again, they're going to continue to cook in the sauce, and you'll get the extra minute to get it up to al dente.
Oh, okay. Wait, that actually makes sense. Okay, wait, that makes sense. Holy shit, that actually makes sense.
If you like your pasta extra firm, take 2 minutes off. So, then yeah, just stir this around till everything's nice, incorporated, and well blended, and serve in bowls, and that's it. Shells with tomato cream sauce. Done.
I haven't seen this person, but that sounds amazing. He might have actually improved. This is actually one of the better Dave ones we've ever watched. I'm really impressed. This is notably better than his other stuff. Maybe he's on the upswing. Let's see his BK burger. Let's see his fucking BK big cheese. Ooh, double chocolate bread. You know what? No, let's give this one more try. Let's give him the burger. Let's see what he does with the burger, okay? Come on. Let's give Dave another chance. Okay, wait, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're not going to say it was based. This is not based cooking. This is passable. People in the South don't use oil apart from oil used to prevent the sausages when pan frying sausages because sausage has enough fat. Yeah, sausage is crazy. No, cheesy slut burger comes out in a couple days. Anyway, why does titty on his thumbnail? Because, I don't know, he likes it.
All right, we're going to bring it back from the past. Burger King's Big Cheese. First thing we got to make is the hot and spicy barbecue sauce that came with this burger. What you want is a...
Okay, I'm digging the fucking bagpipe music in the background. It's like, what the fuck?
Cup of ketchup and a cup of white vinegar. 3/4 cup brown sugar. A tablespoon of Worcestershire sauce.
Okay.
A tablespoon of lemon juice. About a half a tablespoon of salt. Pepper to taste. A teaspoon of cayenne pepper. And hot sauce to taste. I went a little heavy on the hot sauce. Just adjust the hot sauce for the spiciness you like. This burger, I don't know if it wasn't Burger King's like 9th attempt to topple the Big Mac. I barely remember this burger. I remember it existing. But this is my version because, well, I'm the necromancer that's bringing it back from the dead, so...
What a weird premise. I barely remember this burger. I don't really like this burger, but I'm making it. Okay. All right.
This is what I'm doing. Yeah. So let's go on to the next step. And to a griddle set somewhere between medium and medium high, we have some 1/4 pound patties.
Okay.
And you can use whatever seasoning you want, salt and pepper. I just got a steak burger seasoning from my local grocery store that I love using all the fucking time. And, yeah, just cook these a couple of minutes aside.
He's cooking on a new griddle. Oh my God, Dave.
seasoning from my local grocery store that I love using all the fucking
I'm so
time.
excited!
And, yeah, just cook these a couple of minutes aside. Okie dokie. Through the magic of cooking show editing, the burgers are done. Now, you want to melt a slice of American cheese atop each of the quarter-pound patties. If I didn't mention, these patties are quarter-pound. And throw a little water on and melt up the cheese. And then you want to set them aside. You can cover them very lightly with foil because obviously you don't want to, you know, wreck the cheese. So, yeah, just set aside. And after this, you'll have to clean your griddle. Or if you have a big enough one where you can get all 6 patties on, I'll show you what to do with the other.
Yeah, you know what, Joe Biden? We can give a based. We can give 1 based point for him finally using a clean grill. Yeah, I mean, it's dirty now, but it wasn't before. We can give him, like, one of our main fucking complaints about Dave's cooking is that he always cooks on a putrefacted fucking grill. That his grill is covered in bird shit. This is a fucking clean grill. I can't even believe it.
For the second patty of this sandwich. Okay, we got the griddle cleared off, heated back up, time for the second burger. And if you're wondering why
A little bit of rust
I didn't
on
do
there,
this
but-
on the grill, it was the middle of winter. There was like 8 feet of snow outside. So,
Oh, no. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, it wasn't self-motivated. It was the weather. Fuck.
oh, place these on the griddle and do the exact same thing you did with the first burger. Favorite seasoning on top, couple of minutes each side, and I'll see you at the next step. All right, through the magic of cooking show editing, these burgers are done, and it's time for white American or American Swiss, whatever in the hell you want to call it. And again, throw some water on, create some steam, get these things ready, and yeah, should be ready for the next step in a couple of minutes. Okay, and let's finish this son of a bitch off. Got my nice toasted bun. Gonna put some mayo on the top.
Excuse me. Oh my goodness, I sneezed.
Burgers are better with mayo. Actually, all sandwiches
agree.
are better with mayo. If you don't like it, go to hell.
You want to know what else? Look, I agree with that. Almost all sandwiches are better with mayo, but this fucking iceberg shit, Dave, fucking upgrade from iceberg. It's time. Just get romaine.
Then some nicely chopped iceberg lettuce, the first patty, a spoonful of that sauce that we've had simmering and getting all wonderful.
Oh, I'm always good. You guys are gonna hate me because I'm always gonna rail against iceberg. Fuck iceberg. Yeah, thank you. Fuck iceberg.
The second patty, and try to make sure it doesn't slide off.
You tried, Joe
Another
Biden. You
spoon-
really tried. Listen, we tried. We gave him a fair shake. We always come back and we always try to be as fair as possible to Dave, but he used a clean grill and then he immediately admitted that he would have just used the dirty grill, but he couldn't because it snowed. Like, what are we supposed to do? We did what we could. We did.
Full of that there barbecue sauce. And of course, what every burger needs, a bunch of pickles. And again, try to keep from sliding off with the sauce. I didn't think the sauce would be that damn runny. And then a little bit of onions on the top.
Very poor
Pop
onion
it on
placement.
top. And that's it. BK's
Nah.
Big Cheese. Reborn.
Nope. Hold on, let's just take a look. Can we see the big cheese? Where's the fucking big cheese? This was the big cheese, guys. By the way, this is the fucking big cheese right here. Hold on. We're going to compare these side by side. Hold on. Here's the big cheese. Okay?
Bun, pop it on top, and that's it. BK's Big Cheese.
Okay. Yeah, totally. Yeah, he nailed it. Okay, so the burger itself, the burger meat is fine. The presentation is garbage. Clearly, the sauce is just dripping off the burger. The pickles are falling off. The onions fell off. We watched the onions and lettuce fall off. Not super impressed with this, honestly, but I am happy that Dave inadvertently used a fucking clean, you know, that he's using a clean grill, even if it was by accident. I think that's a good thing. Are there even vegetables in the BK burger? I don't think so. There was apparently a BK big chili cheese. Well, but that still, he didn't have chili on this one. I don't know if I can do an H. John Benjamin voice. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know how to do that. Is it? Oh. That's interesting. I don't think I could handle that audio level. Slime Mama. Oh! I love Slime Mama. One of my favorite voices. Okay, hold on, guys. All right, listen. We are basically all out of the cooking stuff I had prepared. So you know what that means? I want to do one more thing, okay? Before I wrap up stream for the night, I want to do one more thing. That's right, wild card. Fucking wild card. I need a Cooking Mama video. Somebody send me a Cooking Mama video. No, nothing prepared. Either Cooking Mama or a Christian conservative react, or else something that's going to make us all laugh that I can react to. It is a free-for-all. If you send me something that looks interesting, I'll watch it before the end of stream, but you better be quick, because if somebody else gets first, I'm going to take it. And if nobody gives me anything, then I'm going to sleep. So let's find out. Let's see. Does anybody have a funny video on hand that we can react to? Again, cooking priority, Christian conservative react secondary. Bad cooking, we got a cooking. Hold on a second. Tuna salad jello. Ooh. All right, tuna salad jelly. Wait, we watched the tuna salad. No, we didn't. Oh. All right, we got two. Let's do it. We got two videos to watch. Here we go. First is the tuna salad. Here we go.
Tuna salad jello, you bet. What are you doing with that tuna, Dylan? Oh, you know, making jello. 1969 Lubbock, Texas Community Cookbook. Cup of water. Salt. Fire. Half a red onion. This was written by Mitchell White. Of course that's his name. This recipe is making me cry, not the onions. Gelatin. Vinegar. Already smells like death. In you go. Really, Mitchell? I want to know who hurt this man. Celery. Make sure to chop it up all fine and disgusting. 5 ounces of albacore tuna. Are we sure this recipe wasn't written by a cat? Was Mitchell a cat? Now we wait. Oh boy. Oh. How did we get to this? I do this for you. Oh. Mitchell! That's not food. This is a war crime.
That's bad. That is very bad. Now, we've seen someone make that unironically. What was the one that we watched? Was it cooking with fuck. What was that guy? What was the one that we watched? The Jello one. Grandma's Jello. Jack's Cooking. Aunt Myrna's Party Cheese Salad. Aunt Myrna's Party Cheese Salad. Look.
Do you know?
Look. You're gonna love this. It's the same, basically the same recipe, except maybe a little bit worse. Look at it. Oh, it's putrid. And this is a real recipe. This one is presented totally unironic. It's very similar. It uses Jello, cheese, onions, green peppers. Yeah, the party cheese salad. All right. But we can't watch this one. We've already watched that one. We have to watch Poor Man's Spaghetti. This was a viewer submission. Let's check it out. This is called...
Hello, guys. Welcome to another edition of Cooking with the Sternum Man. Today, we're going to be doing the Poor Man's Spaghetti. So the first thing, we need a pot here. We need a can of Wiener sausages. What we're going to do is drain a little bit of the juice off into this pot here. Okay, yeah, there you go.
The Vienna sausage juice? No. Guys, no. That's just preservatives. It's not like meat juice. It's just like syrupy preservative juice. Like what?
Now these, because this is going to be the poor man's spaghetti, so this is going to be your meatballs. So we're going to get this Wiener sausage here, and we're going to just cut them into little bitty meatball looking things here. Almost nicked myself there. You got to be careful whenever you're cutting up these wieners. Up here, cut up there. There we go. Now we're going to turn up the burner on, and we're going to put all these little meatballs into here so that they can plump up. And to help do that, I still got some sauce on me, so let me just wash my hands.
Plump up? Oh, hello, kitty. Well, that's cute. The cat's
I think
cute.
Mama's over there filming the cat. First thing. Next, now that we got the beanie wieners in there, our little meatballs are in there, we're going to add 3 cups of water. There's 1. Here's 2. And here's the 3. 3 cups of water there. We'll go ahead and... Go ahead and do that. Hey, Mr. Cat, you like beanie sausages? I don't think he's too much of a fan. Okay.
Okay. All right, everybody. Hold on. Let's keep it cool. Let's keep it fucking cool here, okay?
Got 2 packs of chicken ramen here. Just go ahead and open these up for you. We're not going to smash them today. Just going to open them up here. And we're going to, of course, remove the little flavor packet. That's for later.
Well, that's my thought, too. Dwayne says, okay, but why not just make regular spaghetti? Is it that expensive to make? Is it that expensive to make? No, it isn't. I'm looking at this right now, and for the same price as this, I could just make regular spaghetti with meat sauce. You just buy a tiny bit of ground beef, you buy a 99-cent can of fucking Hunt's, 4-cheese spaghetti sauce, you buy a 99-cent thing of spaghetti, literally the same price. So I don't really get it. I don't really know how this is this is a poor man's spaghetti. Like, spaghetti is already considered like a poverty food.
Hey, Mr. Holby. Holby likes that ottoman.
Well,
I got that for Christmas several years ago, and he took it over.
Okay.
And he just winked at you.
Good news. Caddy. All right.
Get a fork here.
No. Bad sign. Bad sign. Is he going to stir with fucking metal on Teflon? I bet he's going to stir with metal on Teflon. That is dangerous. Oh my god, that cabinet is terrifying.
I guess this will have to do. I can't find my little pan. Little things like that. Let's go ahead and get everything out of here. too big. I need my little ones. And I can't find them.
Okay.
Can you help me find them, guys?
This right here, by the way, this right here is why if you ever decide to record yourself cooking, get the stuff you need out in advance so that you avoid this sort of thing. Oh, that's great, Sleeping Void. Yeah, Teflon's no fun. It's bad for you. That shit's bad for you. Real bad for you.
Have to do it. Okay, I found them. They're in here. I found my little ones. Now to put everything back in here. Just put it back in here. Okay, you stay there. I'm watching you. Putting everything back in here.
That's gonna kill somebody someday, by the way. Someday, someone's gonna open this, and it's just gonna avalanche out and just fucking kill them. Or worse, something will fall out of here, knock hot oil onto them, and they'll sear off a patch of their skin.
Couple more things. Alrighty then, let's try to close this off here. There we go. One more. There you go. We're basically just waiting for this to boil.
Why would I put that into the world? You know it's a common thing, right? That like people unintentionally drop shit onto their pots of boiling water and or oil and it splashes on them and then they go to the hospital. It's like, it's common. People should be careful around fucking hot shit.
Just waiting for it to boil.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alright, as you can see, our little meatballs are boiling in this water over here. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna take 2 ramen noodles. I always prefer the chicken flavor. That's usually my go-to flavor.
But you're not putting the packets
Put
in.
them all in here, and we'll set it for 3 minutes. Now, on the first minute here, we're not gonna really be doing much. Just like have one on the bottom, one on the top. Kind of like push it down a little bit so that all the water and the moisture can kind of soak in there. And so, we're gonna do.
Oh my god.
And I usually just leave it at about this position for the first minute.
Why?
Okay, so, and as you can see, as it starts to boil, it will like boil and kind of encompass the second ramen. As it starts to boil, it will like boil and kind of encompass.
Boral. What is the regional accent where people say boral? Boral. I've never heard that. Where is this person from?
The second ramen noodle packet here. And now you can see it's completely covering the ramen noodle.
Missouri?
That's how I usually like to
Is that
leave it
Missouri?
there. Leave it on there for about a...
I've heard burl, but never boral. How do you boil? Boil. There's no R at all. Not even close.
So just put it in this position for the first minute. And I'm using that timer to judge by. I don't even have to hold it with a fork anymore. 3.
Okay.
All right, now it's been about a minute. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to flip it to where the
I guess that's true. I guess that's true,
Now on
Alexander.
the top, and the one on the top is now on the bottom. So now the bottom one that was on the top is now getting all the boiling, and it's open. So we're gonna leave it in that position for another minute. Yeah, just gonna leave it in this position here for about another 20
Yeah, I
seconds.
guess you're right.
Okay, so remember on the first one, just kind of stack them one on top of the other and just push it down with the fork, and then after a minute, you flip it to where the bottom goes on the top, top goes on the bottom, and then for the last minute.
Literally, this is more, guys, this is literally more complicated than making normal spaghetti. And it definitely tastes worse. This is way more work than normal spaghetti. The first thing I'll ever do when I do an episode of IRL actual fucking Cooking Mama is I'm going to show you how to make a delicious fucking budget spaghetti.
3, 2,
yeah, the Teflon is what makes it special. Exactly.
Yeah,
Those
last
those
minute,
delicious
now you can kind of
Teflon
break up
flakes.
the noodles, and they come apart very easily. See, and look at how plump these meatballs are. These are some very thick, plump meatballs here. That's good stuff right there. And it's going to be pretty much done in about 40 seconds. That timer will let me know. Either that timer or the smoke alarm will let me know. One of the two. If you live in apartments like these, where it's mandatory to have smoke alarms, they'll let you know when you're cooking.
I just don't get it. I don't get what the point is. Also, why leave the hot dogs in there for so long?
There for about another 17 seconds. That's just looking good. I just love how these.
Oh, you have no idea. Oh, Danny, we've done a terrible thing. We've seen some terrible shit.
And 3, 2. Okay. Now what we're gonna do? It's been 3 minutes. So what we're gonna do is now we're gonna drain off as much of the water as we can. That's why I needed this earlier. That's why I was.
No. Don't do it this way. No, come on. Use a fucking sieve or something. Use like a colander or something. What do you mean? It's a way to burn yourself.
Camera, is it? Ah, we good. We good. All right. Now what we gonna do is we're gonna put some cheese dip in there. This is the one that I highly recommend. The Tostino's Smooth and Cheesy Dip. I got this at Walmart.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck you.
This is the best flavor for that. You can get the cheap stuff if you want, but if you want the full impact, you need this. This is, well, there you go. Almost had to have my man license revoked. Couldn't even open a jar. We're going to use about half a can of this. And just look at how thick and creamy this is. This is good stuff right there. Not too much though. There we go. And it's just, and you got enough for another recipe in there too, in case you want to try it again. Anyway, now comes the flavor packet for an extra kick.
What?
One flavor packet. Make sure I got all of it in here. And with this one, with this recipe, you might not even need the flavor packets, but you know, if you want like less sodium or whatever. Me, I always put the flavor packets, but with stuff like this, you might not even need a flavor packet. So let's just stir this bad boy.
Oh, the scraping!
Here.
Oh, the scraping!
Oh yeah, look at that.
No.
There you go, the poor man's spaghetti right there. You got spaghetti and you got your meatballs right there. Now I haven't tried this recipe with marinara sauce, but if you want like the full spaghetti variety, but this is good right here. Cheesy, the poor man's cheesy spaghetti, I guess it should be called. There you go. You got your cheese, your noodles, your little Vienna sausage meatballs. That's pretty good right there. Yeah.
Holy moly, this is so bad. Does he have other cooking videos? Oh, he does. Is this guy a goofer? Is this person a goofer? Are they gagging? Valentine's Day at Golden Corral? Let's see. I want to see his self-defense tips.
Okay, guys. I did a poll on my community tab, and the winner of the poll was the self-defense. Y'all wanted to see like some self-defense tips. So what I'm gonna do is, because I was taught by a black belt, and I'm a black belt myself. I don't have my karate gi, that got lost several years ago, but I'm pretty good at defending myself. So the first tip I want to show y'all is we're gonna block punches. Now I have my assistant here. He's gonna try to punch me. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grip my arm like that, block his punch, and then I'm gonna reach around and grab here like that. Okay, so you understand what I'm... All right, now are you ready? You ready? All right, let's try that. Okay, guys, that didn't go as planned. So here's the first lesson here. Is these glasses, they could be very dangerous when getting into a fight. So what you're gonna do here is you're gonna remove any kind of glasses from your face and not have anything sharp or, you know, like glasses in your face. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna place the glasses here and then we're gonna try again. Okay. Okay, so that didn't go over too well either. So the second rule is to always be prepared. Always never let your guard down and always be prepared for your opponent's moves. So we're going to go into the next lesson, which is kicking. Now you want to do like a hard, fast thrust kick like that and kind of catch your opponent off guard. So I'm going to go ahead and...
Okay, yeah, but I really want to see him. I want to see him commit. I want the kid to kick him through a wall. If they do some special effects at the end of this, I'll think this is good.
How it should be done. Watch. Oh! No! Okay, I've got a confession to make. Okay, maybe I wasn't trained by like a black belt, and maybe I wasn't a good martial arts black belt either. But
this guy sure has a lot of Jesus posters.
And karate, and I remember I enjoyed it. I think I learned so. But anyway, this is not a detriment. This is not a detriment right here. You know, the fight is still winnable because I remember I saw a movie once where a kid he won a karate tournament and he just had like one he had just had one leg and he won the whole thing. So I think I can still do this. All right. So are you ready, Noah? Okay, guys. The good news is the doctors was able to stop the internal bleeding. They said that I'll only be in the hospital for about like 3 to 4 months, and after that I should be able to have use of all of my digits. I should be able to be walking around and able to get on my feet again within the next 8 to 9 months. So the next lesson is just to be patient and vigilant and wait for the chance for to have the rematch. And anyway, thank you. That's self-defense tips and strategies from the Stern. Thank you guys for watching. And God bless you.
Oscar. Listen. That kid, that slap was more realistic than Will Smith's slap. Okay? Yeah, it's good because it was two family members having a fun time together. Straight up. Was not expecting that. Very good. Very chill. Happy. His cooking, just as bad as his, karate. But, just going to say, pretty impressed. Pretty impressed with the karate episode. Not a fan of the cooking, but yeah. All right, everybody. Wait a minute, what? Demon Mama wants to What is this? Why is my face being recommended to me? What? Should I click it? Should I click it? Should I do it? Should I click it?
I guess this is as good a time as any to go over this.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's dig in. We have to understand this.
So there's two APAs. There's the American Psychiatric Association and the American Psychological Association. Okay. The Psychiatric Association is the organization that writes the DSM.
Prescriptions and
they're
DSM.
they're psychiatric doctors. They involve more with medicine, writing prescriptions.
Oh,
et
this is
cetera, et
boring.
cetera.
Brain chemistry and shit.
Right. Okay. Their definition of gender is completely different from the other APAs. Their definition is that their definition of gender is more colloquial. I got your definition.
I'm just saying that there's a bio.
So, but that's why part of this.
Really?
Yep.
Boring. 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 More boring than the original panel. Nothing of value is added. Lame. Fucking lame. Oh well. Wow, my recommendations are trash right now. Oh. Delicious trailer park cooking recipes. That sounds exploitative. All right, everyone. Okay, everybody. Nope, it's time. It's time. I am tired. I have to go do things tomorrow. And remember, on Wednesday is the all-day trans topics, trans content creators, trans callers, all-day call-in stream. We will be starting stream at 1 p.m. PST, very early. So if you have trans people you want to come on, I'm going to be putting out a big tweet tonight with all the invitations. We should be able to hopefully coordinate it. I can't make any promises. Conversations will be kept between 15 and 20 minutes per person. We'll get as many people on as we can. I'll go as long as I can. And it's all going to be under the purpose of people coming together, meeting, finding, hearing the voices of other trans people, all of us together on stream. Gonna be poggers. I promise you, you don't want to miss it. This fucking Wednesday, early stream, 1 p.m. PST. And remember, trans thriving. Much love to all of you. Much, much love. Thank you all for your support today, and I will see you all very soon. We have a lot of fun content coming up. I've been doing a lot of thinking. Much love to you all. Thanks for being here today. I'll bring you more very soon. Mwah! Bye for now.